Calexico City Council, Calexico Redevelopment, Successor Agency, Financing Authority, open session 6:41. Call to order, roll call.
Mayor Gloria Romo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gilberto Manzanares.
Here.
Councilmember Javier Moreno.
Here.
Councilmember Camilo Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Raúl Ureña.
Here.
We have four.
Thank you. Pedro Alicia. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mission statement, Mr. Garcia.
City of Calexico mission statement.
Together, we pledge to provide effective and efficient services in a purchased and respectful manner to improve the quality of life for all in our unique order of
Viva Calexico. Vocation.
It is my honor, Mayor Romo, to read the following invocation from Pastor David Sereno. May we close our eyes and come into a space of prayer. Dear God, we invoke your name in this assembly. You are the God of peace, the God of all good, the good of constancy and mercy, and moreover, the God who came down to walk among us as our Savior and Redeemer. We are made in your image and likeness, so that placed in this world we may cultivate, grow, and prosper your creation with forethought for the future, with wisdom for the good of all men, women, and children. As Saint Augustus of Antioch, who was martyred in Rome in the year 108 of our Lord and Savior, said, there is nothing more important for peace than that all conflict, whether of beings angelic or earthly, be abolished. Teach us to promote peace by the practice of civic virtues that benefit our city. Guide us in the practice of temperance, lest our minds be disturbed with substances and pleasures that blurt the vision of stable good of all citizens. Show us how to practice fortitude, lest our hate and resentment gain the better of us and rob the good outcome of our endeavors. Lead us in the way of practice of justice, so that respecting the good and talents of our countrymen, we may establish a lasting peace among us. Finally, help us practice the virtue of prudence, not an earthly prudence that seeks one's own interest before all other human beings, but that selects time and a best way forward to foster the good of the citizens of our city. And we pray all of this in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Thank you. See. Closed session announcement.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no reports out from closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Campos. Approval of the agenda.
Mayor, we do have one correction to the agenda. On agenda item number 17, which is adopting the resolution regarding City Calexico and Calexico Management Association, just to want to clarify that the title on the resolution that was initially attached incorrectly cited the bargaining unit, and the correct bargaining unit and has been corrected is the Calexico Management Association. So I want to just put that into the record. Thank you.
Okay. I ask the council for a motion to move presentation to the end of the agenda before item 28 and limit council discussion on items 2 minutes per member.
I'll go ahead and make that motion, Madam Mayor, to move presentations to the end of the agenda and to limit council discussion to 2 minutes per member per item. And otherwise approve the agenda.
Okay.
So I have a question. Sorry. So the proposal is to limit me 2 minutes to talk? 3 minutes. 3 minutes? On any item?
We can do two
No,
or
no,
three.
for
which-
comment, for the public.
Okay, got it. Sorry.
3
Thank you.
minutes.
That's
It's
it.
only
Yeah.
for.
council
Just for
discussion.
clarification, for council
Okay.
comments, right?
Only, yes.
Okay,
Or
got it.
discussion on items.
We need more time for the comment for the public. Okay, motion by Mr. Ureña and second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Presentation. No, it's only one, it's a presentation for the, it's only for presentation.
Oh, okay, good. For
the-
proclamation.
The,
Okay, yeah.
So 1, 2, 3 presentation and proclamation is, that's okay. Okay. Mr. Manzanares?
Go ahead and read the honoring the new Lunar New Year presentation. Mayor Romo's gonna read it in Spanish. Calexico City Council proclamation honoring the Lunar New Year. Whereas the Calexico City Council recognizes and honors the rich cultural history of the Asian American Pacific Islander community in Calexico and the importance of the traditions and heritage passed down through generations. Whereas Lunar New Year celebration is their most significant holiday dating back thousands of years, rooted in ancient tradition, and it is celebrated by many families in Calexico and the world, symbolizing the arrival of a new year of good health and prosperity. And whereas the Lunar New Year begins with the new moon of the first day of the first lunar month, this year on February 10th, and the celebratory events are held for the next 15 days, ending with the full moon on February 24th. And whereas the City of Calexico wishes to show support and solidarity for our AAPI friends, family, and neighbors, and recognize their irreplaceable contributions to our story. As the Year of the Dragon begins, we wish happiness and good fortune to all. Now therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Calexico honors hereafter the Lunar New Year, and proclamation in English and translated to Spanish will be displayed at the Carmen Durazo Cultural Center. Reading this on behalf in Mayor of Romo, in witness thereof, I have fixed my signature and official City of Calexico on this 21st day of February 2024.
Gracias. Proclama honor al Año Nuevo Lunar. Considerando que el Ayuntamiento de la ciudad de Calexico reconoce y honra la rica historia cultural de la comunidad asiático-americana e isleños del Pacífico AAPI y la importancia de sus tradiciones y herencia que se pasa a través de las generaciones, y considerando que la celebración del Año Nuevo Lunar es el día festivo con más significado que remonta miles de años atrás y está arraigado en una tradición ancestral y es celebrado por muchas familias en Calexico y en el mundo entero, simbolizando la llegada de un nuevo año de buena salud y prosperidad, y considerando que el Año Nuevo Lunar empieza con la luna nueva el primer día del primer mes lunar, este año siendo el 10 de febrero, y los eventos de celebración se extienden por los siguientes 15 días, terminando con la luna llena del 24 de febrero. Y considerando que la ciudad de Calexico desea mostrar su apoyo y solidaridad para nuestros amigos, familia y vecinos de la comunidad AAPI y reconoce su irreemplazable contribución a nuestra historia con el comienzo del Año del Dragón, les queremos desear felicidad y buena fortuna a todos. Ahora, por lo tanto, se decreta que el Ayuntamiento de la ciudad de Calexico honra de aquí en adelante al Año Nuevo Lunar, y la proclamación será en inglés y en español y serán exhibidas en el Centro Cultural Carmen Durazo como patrimonio municipal. En fe de lo cual, fijo mi firma y sello oficial de la ciudad de Calexico al presente documento en este día del 21 de febrero del 2024. Gloria Guadalupe Romo, alcaldesa de la ciudad de Calexico. Entonces esto se queda. Señora Colio, se lo pasamos. Muy bien. Thank you. Public comments, Ms. Alvarado and Mr. Manzanares, can you help me take the time, please? Okay, Ms. Alvarado.
Our first public speaker is Norma Aguilar.
Mhm.
That are not in the agenda, right?
General public comments.
General public comments that are
Yes.
not in the agenda. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Norma Aguilar, 839 Heber Avenue, Calexico. I'm here to speak both in public comments and on item number 23. I am the chair for Measure H, and I am here to express on behalf of Measure H Committee, Oversight Committee, to express our deep disappointment and deep disappointment and complete utter shock to realize that the city of Calexico is still withdrawing monies from Measure H to balance the budget. That is not what every single one of you assured me in an open meeting last year. I'm also here to tell you that as Measure H, on behalf of Measure H, I am also letting you know that we will not be adhering to the quarterly meetings. We will resume our monthly meetings as well as quarterly meetings, because information is not being, the information we are receiving is not accurate. They're projections, and I will discuss more about that on item number 23. But number one is that we were assured, I was assured by this council that there would be no further withdrawals or transfers, that we don't even know what that money is going towards because we couldn't get an answer yesterday. So that is what I'm going to say at this moment, and I suggest that you consult with your legal representation as to how this has continued to happen. It was happening before, 10 years ago, when we had a different group of people up here, and a lot of things happened that were not supposed to happen. So I will speak more in detail on number 23, but again, we are not happy with this continued drain on Measure H. There are other things that 1.6 million could be going to. Number one, our services, the police department, the fire department. There are other budgets within that you can take from to balance your budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Leticia Cota.
Good evening. My name is Leticia Cota, 417 Rosemont, and I'm here to comment on a situation that is very critical to address. As we all know, there's construction going on Highway 98. And what the people coming from Kennedy Gardens or from that area of town utilizes is that little path in front of the, I don't know if it has a name, but in front of the El Centro Regional Clinic and Pioneers. And I don't know if any of you have seen this, but the issue is that it's an accident waiting to happen. This morning, I was coming from Kennedy Gardens early this morning around 7:30, And unfortunately, 7:30, and unfortunately, some people that travel that route are in a hurry for some reason or are running late, and they don't pay attention. They almost ran over the cross lady and a couple of students. And I'm like baffled, because if I remember, there was a mention that that construction or that repair was going to be done by October. It's February, almost the end of February, and they're still working on it, and there's no supervision. We need to have somebody there every morning. It's awful. And also during noon. We don't want to wait until somebody gets run over or a bad accident happens. But I urge you guys to, in your leisure time, go and see what's going on and address it. We need to have somebody there, either a traffic controller or something, but somebody needs to be there patrolling that traffic. It's really bad. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cota.
Next speaker is Claudia Zambada.
Buenas noches a todos. Soy residente de aquí de Calexico casi por 10 años y lo que hoy me trajo aquí pues es una preocupación muy grande que tengo por mi hija, que sufrió un ataque al salir de la escuela. Entre 5 estudiantes me la golpearon.
¿Qué escuela?
Willy Moreno.
Okay.
Pero no fue en la escuela. Yo vivo en la calle Willy Moreno. Mi niña iba camino a la casa. En la esquina de mi casa fue donde la estaban esperando y entre 5 me las golpearon, hombres y mujeres. Lo que hoy me trajo aquí fue que ya va para el mes y hasta ahorita la policía no ha hecho nada, y me vine hoy aquí porque sabía que era el único lugar donde iba a encontrar al jefe de policía, porque hoy fui a la estación de policía a querer hablar con él, y la señora que me contestó, que me dijeron que era su secretaria, Marta, con aquellos pantalones me dijo que no iba a hablar con él. Entonces dije yo, va, o sea, no voy a hablar porque ella dice que no. Hasta el momento yo no tengo un reporte de la policía que es la encargada de las escuelas, que nunca la puedo encontrar, nunca la he visto físicamente. He hablado con ella por teléfono en 3 o 4 ocasiones, y si he hablado con ella es porque yo la he buscado, porque ella jamás tuvo la amabilidad de llamarme y decirme esto es lo que va a pasar. Jamás lo hizo. Y sí estoy molesta, porque si fuera el hijo de ustedes, ¿qué harían ustedes? Sí, claro. Tengo el video, y créanme que el video es muy gráfico, y es frustrante como padre no tener una respuesta para darle a tus hijos y no poder hacer nada. Me controlo para no llorar, porque no lloro porque lloro de frustración de que no hay una respuesta y que todo el mundo se lava las manos y me dicen que no pueden hacer nada, que porque son menores de edad. Claro. Creo que se puede hacer algo, y esto es una constante aquí en Calexico, nada más en esa escuela, en todas las escuelas, en la high school. O sea, es una cosa terrible lo que está pasando, y digo yo, ¿dónde está la policía para que tome atención cuando eso está sucediendo? Mi hija entró a Willy Moreno después del break de Navidad, no tenía ni una semana cuando esto pasó, y de ahí para acá, pues claro, estamos más al pendiente de todo lo que está sucediendo a nuestro entorno. Y yo he contado, si acaso, unas 5 o 6 peleas diario saliendo a la escuela. No hay ningún policía, la escuela dice que no puede hacer nada, que porque ellos tienen hasta cierta área de jurisdicción para cuidar la escuela. Ok, estoy de acuerdo, pero ¿dónde está la policía? Los que vivimos en Calexico pagamos impuestos a la ciudad de Calexico. Creo que merecemos protección por parte de la policía. Esta oficial que se llama Vega, la llamé, nunca la puedo encontrar porque no tiene un teléfono a donde llamarle. Siempre me dicen que está en las escuelas y que ellos le van a avisar. Ella habla cuando ella quiere. Y yo sé que es 3 minutos, pero creo que este problema no es una cuestión de hablar de 3 minutos. Creo que es algo serio. Yo hoy ya hablé con el jefe de la policía, ya tomó mis datos y quedó conmigo de comunicarse mañana. pero sí creo, de verdad, que esta señora deberían de, no sé quién sea el que tenga que decirle cuál es su trabajo, porque yo he tenido que salirme de trabajar, perder mis horas de trabajo, que me descuenten de mi cheque para venir a decirle a ella que se ponga a hacer su trabajo. Y me ha traído como tonta, porque esa es la palabra. Me mandó con el fiscal de distrito, me mandó a oficina de probation, después me dijo que eran los de records, hasta que di con records y records me dijo no, no somos nosotros. Lo que pasa es que ella no hizo el informe completo y yo no lo puedo mandar. Para esto ya va un mes, casi. Y yo no he podido tener justicia sobre esa situación de mi hija. Y por eso vine hoy aquí.
Señora Zambada, le agradezco enormemente que haya estado usted aquí. No está en vano. Veo que ya la atendió el jefe de policía y ahora de parte de esta mesa directiva le pide a la señora Colio, por favor, que nos dé un reporte, señora, cuando ya vean este asunto de la señora Zambada y el jefe de policía, porque queremos saber exactamente cómo va a quedar este asunto y que no se vaya a otras instancias. Además, para ver la queja de la señora que hay más pleitos.
Sí.
Señora Zambada, muchas gracias.
A ustedes, gracias.
Gracias.
Next speaker is Beatriz Mancilla.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Beatriz Mancilla, como lo mencionaron, de Mexicali, Baja California. Actualmente trabajo en el gobierno de Mexicali como jefa de culturas populares y además participo activamente en la fundación en apoyo a los más necesitados. El motivo por el cual estoy aquí es precisamente esto, y bueno, al estar escuchando además todas las sugerencias que han traído parte de las personas de la población de aquí de Calexico. Considero que nuestra propuesta de tener un contacto binacional cultural sería maravilloso. Nosotros dentro tanto del gobierno de Mexicali como de esta fundación que mes con mes trabaja con comunidades necesitadas, dando cualquier tipo de apoyo psicológico, legal, etcétera, consideramos que la cultura es un punto básico para el desarrollo emocional y el crecimiento de una comunidad y que además disminuye conflictos. Y nos encantaría de verdad ser parte de este contacto que tenemos como frontera multicultural y el poder traer a nuestros conciudadanos que viven acá en este lado de la frontera parte de la tradición y de la historia, por lo pronto, de Mexicali, que es de donde pertenecemos, la llegada de los chinos, cómo fue su aportación económica, nuestros connacionales que llegaron de otros estados y cómo Mexicali se ha ido formando y que además el crecimiento de Mexicali, el crecimiento de Calexico en realidad nos beneficia a todos. Punto y aparte de muros, nos beneficia absolutamente a todos, así como todas las tradiciones mexicanas que tenemos, que creo que cualquier persona que tenga en su sangre mexicana, le interesa saber más sobre nuestra Catrina, sobre nuestra muerte, las tradiciones y todo esto que nos hace como una sociedad muy, muy fuerte, que es la sociedad mexicana, que lo demuestra con el núcleo familiar que aún contamos en nuestra sociedad y nuestra comunidad mexicana, específicamente mexicalense. Así que dejo yo un proyecto de inicio que consiste en la presentación de teatro de títeres, que con la compañía que yo dirijo, que es Teatíteres, que estamos trabajando mucho en comunidad, tanto con el gobierno de Mexicali como con la institución en apoyo a los más necesitados, hablando sobre nuestras tradiciones para que el ser humano, la persona, el joven, el niño, encuentre su identidad, de dónde es, de dónde viene, conozca su historia, ame de dónde viene y se ame a él mismo y pueda ser un mejor ciudadano en donde quiera que se encuentre, en México o en Estados Unidos. Dejo yo mi aportación.
Muy bien.
Muchísimas gracias.
Muy bien, si lo podría entregar a la señora Colio, por favor, para que lo pase luego a
Sí.
todos nosotros. Licenciada, muchas gracias por estar aquí y,
Al contrario.
y vamos a revisar el documento.
Al
¿Sí?
contrario,
Señora, por
gracias.
favor. Licenciada, gracias.
Next speaker is Carla Flores.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Carla Flores, resident of Calexico. The reason that I'm here today is because there was an incident that occurred yesterday in my neighborhood. I do live in the poor side of town, for all of you that don't know, and it brought a lot of concerns not only to me but to my neighbors. That I even brought some of my neighbors here today. I've been coming out here, I don't know for how many years, same topics: police, fire station, homeless, traffic. And I'm listening to everyone every time that I come to the meetings or when I listen to the meetings online, and it's the same thing. I don't want to repeat myself, I just want answers. You guys have been promising so many things ever since you guys came on board, some even before Ms. Colio was here. And it's not fair that we don't have enough police officers in our area. I could be sitting outside my house all day. I see cars taking the stoplight on Grand Street 20, 30 times in one day. And I see no police officer. I see the ambulance who comes all the way from 5th Street all the way to Grand Street, but I don't see any police officers patrolling our areas. And that's very crucial because I do live on the poor side of town where there's a lot of senior citizens over there. And there was gunshots last night. I felt them right next to me. It was 3 houses away from me. It was a house away from my neighbors. What happened, we don't know. I didn't investigate. I could have investigated to see what happened. I was more afraid of me getting close to the window because I was, maybe somebody else was gonna shoot again. I think we need answers as to what's happening with our local law enforcement officers. Are we hiring more? Are you guys investing more money? Are you guys looking into that? What's happening with our station number 2? I know it's on the agenda today, but we've been asking for months and months and months. We've been asking for a town hall meeting regarding that status, and we still haven't heard anything about it. I'm not worried about it right now because both my parents have passed away, and I was always fearing for my dad's safety because he was diabetic, he was bedbound, and then we were constantly calling the ambulance. But I do fear for my neighbors who they have grandparents, parents who live there, and they're constantly calling the ambulance. Third, we have what we call El Barranco, right on Emilia and Edie. If everybody knows, in the past, we would see 1 homeless, maybe 2, I could count them with one hand. Now, we lost track. We don't know who they are. They're vandalizing our neighborhood, they're stealing gas from the vehicles, they're doing all kinds of things, and it's not safe. It's not safe for the little kids to go out there and play. Unlike before. I know things have changed. I know we live in a totally different world now, but we need to feel safe in that area. So you guys all have my email. I don't have to give you guys my email. You guys have it. I'm Carla Flores. I would like for somebody to send me an email in regards to what's happening with our police department, what's happening with our fire department, and what are we doing with the homeless population. I recall, Mr. Manzanares, when you came on board, I guess you were here with 2 or 3 months, sitting right here, and you told Ms. Colio, you've been here already for like 6, 7 months. I want you to start working on the items that I brought forward. You've been here for a whole year and 2 months. Now I'm asking you, the promises that you made when you were campaigning, I want you to work on them now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Gabriela Vasquez.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Gabriela Vázquez, soy residente de la ciudad de Calexico, honorable Cabildo, servidores públicos. Buenas tardes. Estoy segura que todos queremos lo mejor para Calexico, por eso estamos aquí, buscando soluciones. Gracias por este espacio. Pero mi inquietud es lo que decía mi vecina. El día de anoche hubo un incidente con el vecino. No sé sus condiciones ni nada, pero yo me encontraba en la parte trasera de mi casa porque atiendo a mis perritos. Y se escucharon detonaciones de pistolas. Alrededor hay gente adulta mayor, niños, padres de familia, madres solteras. Yo no quisiera saber qué pasaría si esto hubiera llegado a afectar a alguien. Entonces estamos hablando de que si hay un tipo de situación así, de que desgraciadamente le hubiera pegado a alguien, entonces hubieran hecho algo, no había policías. Y eso pasa desde que estamos ahí. Tengo 12 años viviendo ahí y no he mirado policías. Como decía Carla, se pasan los altos. Parece que juegan carreras en la noche o yo no sé, no hay seguridad. A mí me gustaría que mi hija tuviera seguridad. Somos residentes, ciudadanos que pagamos impuestos, que somos honestos, respetamos a las autoridades y lo único que queremos es que nos sentamos seguros, con una ciudad con policía segura, que mi hija pueda andar en la bicicleta en la noche afuera y no se puede, porque también miramos tráfico de personas en esa área. Entonces, de verdad, nosotros lo único que queremos es el bien de la ciudad y pues esa es mi inquietud. Sí me gustaría que hubiera más policías y no caer. Yo creo que no podemos caer en un estado o en un sistema comunista donde no hay ley y la gente puede hacer lo que quiere. No creo que queramos eso en California o en Estados Unidos. Entonces esa es mi petición de hoy. De verdad, más seguridad para mis hijos o para mis...
Disculpe, no escuché de qué área me está hablando.
Por la Emilia, por Grant y Emilia. La zona, ¿verdad?, donde hay más problemáticas, podría decir. Pero bueno, nosotros somos personas responsables y somos gente que no andamos afuera haciendo destrozos en la ciudad ni nada, pero sí queremos más seguridad o que haya una atención de qué es lo que pasa en esa área con la gente que vive ahí. Entonces esa es mi inquietud del día de hoy y pues muchas gracias por el espacio.
Gracias.
Next speaker is Jesús Solano.
Jesus Solano, 426 Rosemont. 50 days and counting for Raúl Ureña and Gilberto Manzanares. And just to let the public know, after that, we will be coming after Campos and we will be coming after Esperanza for the disservice. I have been a taxpayer, like I told you earlier, and I really don't appreciate being treated as a second-rate citizen, okay? Because I am not tax exempt, okay? That's one of the reasons. The other thing is for the community to know, Alexis Castro, you will eventually start hearing that name pretty soon, often and often, okay? We all know there's 3 council members here in administration that are aware of what I'm talking about. This Alexis Castro was involved in those $170,000 grant that was given through the county to some nonprofit organizations. I'm just going to mention 2, Comité Cívico and Imperial Valley Equity and Justice. Okay, they have been meddling in our business. By the mayor's own words, oh, nos hicieron el trabajo, they did the job for us, from plan A to plan B. Okay, there's going to be an investigation on that. Just giving you guys a heads up. Okay, there's going to be an investigation on that. We are addressing our concerns with the DA. We are addressing our concerns with Steve Padilla, okay? And he's going to have to listen to us. If not, we're going to go out there, and if we need to set up a camp at his house, we will, until he listens to us. He is going to look into the situation, okay? So we don't appreciate Alexis Castro mingling in our business here. If he's going to do a disservice, he can do a disservice somewhere else, not here in Calexico. The other thing is to let the community know, you need to read the papers, okay? Up in San Diego, South Bay Community Service is a migrant and asylum center. They're gonna close tomorrow. In October, they got $3 million. Out of those $3 million, they spent over 1.3 overhead on staff. Did they give the money to the asylum seekers? Did they really give the money to the migrants? No, they didn't. They're just paying their high salaries. Then they got another $3 million for another 3 months. Now they're coming up short. They're gonna close a month earlier. There's some discrepancy on $1 million. They're trying to figure out where it went. They should ask me, it just went into the pocket. Okay, so where do you think that's gonna happen when they close that place over there? When we have open doors here? They're gonna start sending him down here. Okay, they're gonna deal with it for a while over there, but then they're gonna start sending him down here. So you need to be prepared for that.
Thank you.
We don't have any more general public comments.
Welcome.
Mayor, council members, Esperanza, Ronnie, Carlitos, long time no see. Just a brief update, Mayor and council members. Haven't been here for a while, I apologize. I will try to be here more often, be able to give you more current updates. I don't want to drag on, and I know this is a long meeting,
Okay.
so I'll try to keep it to 3 minutes. Update on the $100,000 grant program that the County of Imperial approved on a 5-0 vote for businesses along Highway 98. 6 applications approved, 2 in the queue, and 20,000 still available, 2 grants of $10,000 each. The program will be open until the funds are exhausted. The board, on a 5-0 vote, approved a $1 million program. Some of the entities that are here present, I know the fire department was able to receive 1, if not 2 grants related to the $1 million grant program. I specifically asked for it to be divided into 5 different pies so that every district got its fair share, which is $200,000 per district. I will be bringing back that item with detailed information as to where we stand and who this district gave money to. There's been a lot of rain, and there's more rain coming, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how we want to look at the issue. I will be asking the mayor and Esperanza to work with the county in bringing the Department of Public Works to make a presentation on where our roads stand, what roads are most affected by these storms. Again, if you drive through our valley, north, south, east, and west, all of our county roads are in bad shape. It's our fault. It's our fault because a lot of supervisors and a lot of deferred maintenance was not done on our county roads. Shame on us for not holding electeds accountable for that specific reason. There should be maintenance done on a consistent basis so that our roads will not be in the position they're at. Having said that, the board approved for lack of a better term, and I'm not an engineer, a machine upwards of $350,000 that will be able to pave roads on a consistent basis. There needs to be a certain temperature. It's kind of an oxymoron. And again, I'm not an engineer, so pardon me if I'm misspeaking somewhat. Roads need to be paved when the threshold of a certain level of heat comes into play. For us, it's not a problem, but for our employees, it definitely is. Because when it's 100 degrees, our employees are obviously not doing too good, paving roads. So this machine will allow us to pave roads 365 days a year internally. We're not going to outsource it because it's actually more expensive, if you can believe that, to outsource the paving of roads. The idea is with the incoming solar money and hopefully with the incoming lithium money in the next 2 to 3 years and solar already beginning, that we're going to be able to purchase a second, potentially a third machine to be able to recover more ground in a much more adequate fashion. So again, I'll keep you posted on that, and I'll work with Esperanza and the mayor in bringing this to the table. Lastly, some of you are aware, some people in the audience were members of the Southern Border Committee. I am reviving the Southern Border Committee. I think it's very important that we look at specific issues that are affecting all of us. And one of those specific issues is obviously traffic. Traffic is huge. I listened to Ms. Flores speak about West End issues. Fire department, for the most part, is on the east end of the city. And if you want to cross the city between 4 and 7 on a Friday, que Dios te bendiga. I have an 82-year-old mom. A lot of people have elderly individuals. We do not have a hospital. With all due respect, the hospitals that we have are not that great either. We're working on that, but we need all the help we can get. And the only way we can fix this issue is by coming together to fix this issue. And what is that issue specifically? Traffic. Does that involve Caltrans? Absolutely. Does it involve GSA? Absolutely. Does it involve Homeland Security? Absolutely. ¿Depende de Sedena en México? Claro. Claro que depende de Sedena. No nos vamos a hacer que de los ojos cerrados, que no nomás es de nosotros. También es de México. Entonces, por eso nos tenemos que unir.
Yes.
Como condado tenemos que ver la manera, trabajando con la ciudad, trabajando con ICTC, trabajando con Sedena, trabajando con GSA, trabajando con Caltrans, trabajando con Highway Patrol, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces lo voy a revivir. Con el favor de Dios van a recibir mucha gente invitaciones para revivir ese programa en las siguientes 2 o 3 semanas. Con eso me retiro porque I think my time is probably up. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you.
Supervisor Escobar, I do have one just tiny question, because you mentioned about the program for the 98.
I always add that, but Mayor Ureña told me not to say that anymore, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
No más rapidito, because you know how the fourth phase on the 98 program started, the road construction started, and there's a business there that I've been wondering how much that they've been affected due to the road closure, at least furniture. Is there a
They're in the
specific-
queue.
Sorry?
They're in the queue. I mentioned 2 businesses in the queue. That's one of the 2 businesses.
Okay, I just
And
want to
there's
see.
still 2 applications. There's still funds available. Again, the program will not be closed until the
Until
funds
it's
are
done.
exhausted. And it was a $100,000 grant program, up to $10,000 per business. So assuming those 2 in the queue qualify, because there is specific qualifications, there will be 2 grant program applications available for 2 additional businesses, up to $10,000.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Okay?
Quick comment.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Mayor, quick comment?
Sí, yes.
Thank you. So, hey, thank you for showing up. It's always a pleasure to have you in our house here, and I know you represent Calexico, your district, very well, so I really appreciate that. And also, the community is also appreciative of your updates, and hopefully we see more of that from Supervisor Escobar. My question is this: is there a way we can find out which streets belong to the county that are within our jurisdiction? Specifically the one, I know the one that leads to Walmart on the east side of 111 from, anyways, what about the ones, those county roads? Because it was fixed once, only that city road.
Okay, I can definitely answer that question completely, and we can take it offline because I don't want to spend too much time. But to
Okay.
answer your question directly of what I know, Esperanza, if you want to correct me, be open ears. When Miguel Figueroa was the city manager, we had a meeting with Public Works. Public Works was going to fix Jasper Road, and then Jasper Road, once fixed, was going to be owned by the city of Calexico. That would be the furthest north that the city's roads would end, let's say,
Right.
and the counties would begin. So at this point, Jasper Road, and I'm not in agreement, but this isn't my call, is that Jasper Road as it stands is 50-50. 50% the city, 50% the county, which is moronic, for lack of a better term. So the pledge was that we were going to fix it, and then we were going to turn it over to the city of Calexico.
Okay, and I want to allude to this road is the one that on Cole that takes you on the west side of Scaroni, the one that goes all the way south.
Yes.
So that we have a lot of traffic that because people are caught up and they can't cross, so they have to take that road. And that road hasn't been fixed in decades. So more cars are going to trash that road. That's what I'm saying.
Is that the road that is directly west of the railroad tracks, and then you head north and south by the water plant?
No, the one right parallel with 111. Denny's takes you all the way to, yeah, that one right there. It's all
I'm not,
trash.
see, west of 111, I'm not sure what the demographics are as far as who owns it, but I'm more happy to investigate. And
Yes.
you're completely correct, it is in very bad shape. I agree with you.
Thank you.
And there are a lot of
Appreciate it.
roads that are unfortunately in that shape,
Yeah.
but again, I understand where you're coming from.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bien, con permiso.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have one more gentleman that would like to speak.
Only one more? Okay. And the email too? The email?
Good evening. My name is Manuel Rojas. Mi exposición será breve, en español. Yo no vengo a tratar ningún asunto particular. Simplemente quiero tocar las fibras sensibles respecto a un asunto histórico de muchísima importancia para el estado de California y para Baja California. ¿A qué me refiero? Al sembrador de los apellidos hispanos más antiguos en la Alta California y en Baja California. Me refiero al explorador, gobernante, pacificador y militar Juan Bautista de Anza. El próximo año, 250 años del aniversario de la fundación de San Francisco y Monterrey, California, el estado al que ustedes pertenecen, y dos de mis hijos, que son nacidos aquí en California, hará una celebración en grande. Una celebración donde indudablemente debe estar Calexico presente, por una razón muy sencilla. Aquí en el Parque Rockwood, donde hay una mojonera, donde se hizo una pausa durante la fiebre del oro, una pausa atendida por el ejército de Estados Unidos para darles refresco, descanso a los viajantes que iban rumbo a la fiebre del oro. Bueno, aquí mismo, donde hizo la pausa Cape Johnson Couts, que era el teniente a cargo de la partida, 80 años antes estuvo aquí haciendo pausa el capitán Juan Bautista de Anza. Juan Bautista de Anza abrió precisamente el camino desde Sonora, Arizpe, Sonora, hasta San Francisco. Mi vocación es de historia y no me trae aquí ningún interés particular, sino únicamente recordarles eso, y creo que Calexico, por haber sido esa pausa necesaria para los viajantes, que muchos de ellos dejaron su vida en el camino, creo que debe unirse a esa magna celebración del Estado de California. Muchas gracias, soy Manuel Rojas.
Gracias, maestro. Okay. Recibimos por email, precisamente, maestro Rojas, recibimos por email una, pues, excelente invitación. La voy a leer. Ayuntamiento de Arizpe, Sonora. 20 de febrero 2024, oficio 004. Gloria Romo, mayor de la ciudad de Calexico, estimada mayor. Acorde a nuestra previa conversación, la presidenta municipal me hizo una llamada el día de ayer y le pedí que lo pusiera por escrito. Y en interés de preservar y difundir las travesías del coronel Juan Bautista de Anza, 1774-1775, insigne fundador y colonizador de San Francisco y Monterrey, California, me permito proponer su gentil gestoría para declarar ciudades hermanas a Calexico y Arizpe, Sonora, en actos respectivos y protocolarios por nuestros dos ayuntamientos. Abona la propuesta anterior por parte nuestra el hecho de ser Arizpe la última morada de tan ilustre personaje, cuyos restos óseos yacen en el templo de la Asunción de María, y por parte suya, el haber sido el actual Calexico la pausa de refresco y descanso de la caravana de viajantes que sembraron la semilla de la hispanidad con nombres y apellidos en la Alta California. Hago extensiva esta consideración al H cuerpo de regidores de aquí de la población de Calexico, y sin otro particular, quedo a la orden, licenciada Alma Isela Medina Maldonado, presidenta municipal del H Ayuntamiento de Arizpe, Sonora. Muy bien. Other comments? Okay. City managers report? No report. City council comments and reports? No? No, ese no. Mr. Garcia? Okay.
Señora Alcaldesa, nomás tengo dos reportes. I only have two things to report.
Okay.
Thank you to the citizens that have come here expressing their concerns about public safety, emergency services. We are going to be talking about the budget on item number 23. So we're going to be voting on a big set of items, 11 to 22, and then the next one will be the budget. And that's when we'll be at liberty to really deeply express to you what has been going on, for how long it has been going on, and what is being proposed to make sure that fire, police, and public works, among other departments, have enough resources para ver los policías que deseamos. Lo digo en español brevemente. Muchas gracias a los ciudadanos que vienen de nuevo a tomar la palabra para resaltar la falta de seguridad pública, de personal de seguridad pública, tanto de los bomberos como de los policías, e inclusive obras públicas que le hace falta mucha mano de obra. Entonces, después de la agenda de consentimiento, sigue el número 23, donde vamos a hablar de forma bilingüe, como lo requiere el Estado, el presupuesto de Calexico, donde vamos a estar en plena libertad de explicarles a todos exactamente qué ha pasado, por cuántos años ha pasado y qué son las propuestas para solucionar específicamente esos problemas. The second thing I wanted to say, as a transportation commissioner to my council, is I had a meeting with Caltrans a couple weeks ago. Long story short, we're not going to be in time for the opening of the West Port of Entry. There's going to be 60% more vehicles coming into your community. So if traffic is already bad, if we are already getting 35,000 people every single day, we're going to be hitting closer to 50,000 people. Imagine a couple more miles of traffic and what impact those vehicles are going to make. What Caltrans requested of us is to send them a finalized border traffic plan, which is our proposal, so that we can get to implementing Imperial to Cesar Chavez through Highway 98. Lo digo en español. Tuvimos una junta con el Departamento de Transportación de California hace unas semanas y peticionaron específicamente, o bueno, más bien comparto, no vamos a estar a tiempo de hacer el cambio de Imperial a Cesar Chavez para el fin de febrero. Como ustedes saben, a fin de febrero se va a expandir la garita centro, un 60% más vehículos van a cruzar a diarios, o si ya tenemos unos 30,000 vehículos que cruzan diarios, ahora van a ser a lo mejor quizá 45 a 50,000, va a ser más alto impacto a un municipio que ya está atacado por el tráfico. Entonces el Departamento de Transportación muy amablemente nos pidió formalmente entregar el plan finalizado de lo que queremos ver para hacer ese cambio desde la Imperial a la César Chávez por medio de la ruta estatal 98, que es, como dice el historiador Rojas, un trayecto, una carretera histórica atada a lo que está diciendo de la historia, y pues hasta la fecha 2024 sumamente relevante en los asuntos de esta región, ¿no? Highway 98 is a mess, continues to be a mess, and I have brought up pedestrian safety in my meetings with Caltrans. After we handle border traffic, the next step is going to be Highway 98 as a whole, specifically centered around school zones and pedestrian safety along all of Highway 98. Concordamos, o estamos de acuerdo con la doctora Cota, el 98 sigue siendo un verdadero desastre a todas horas. Después del corredor de tráfico fronterizo, la próxima prioridad es la seguridad peatonal en todo el corredor, específicamente en las áreas escolares, que es casi todo el Highway 98. Muchas gracias, alcaldesa.
Thank you. Mr. Moreno?
Reserve my comments for each item.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll talk, my comments will be reserved for each items we're going to talk about.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
Manzanares.
I do want to mention that, and I'll keep it, we'll try to keep it brief because it's a long meeting ahead, but there's been a lot of concerns regarding public safety, and I do want to give the people, because I feel like the people deserve an update on what exactly really is happening in our Department of Police Department. You see here that we're working on presentations, information for the community regarding Fire Station number 2, regarding Public Works and Parks, where the money is going, what projects they're working on. But we don't really see that with the police department, right? So rightfully, people are kind of like in the dark. What really is happening? All they hear is that there's no police. And it is true. There's at most 2 police officers patrolling the city at any given time. There has been, it worries me also because I really felt the comment from La Señorita Zambada, whose daughter was suffered a horrific attack. There was just one making national news this week, almost identical. 5 kids beating up a student to death, unfortunately. And really, I expressed my concern when back in the day, I believe it was in January, when we approved, in collaboration with Calexico Unified School District, a school resource officer. And I asked, what are the metrics to make sure that this officer is being effective? I was the only one that brought it up. Are we gonna keep a sort of documentation, reports, how many students were referred, how many students were actually given, providing services, and what was the follow through? And it didn't go anywhere. It was just a proof, and that's it. And then this is the type of situations that I was kind of alluding to. Is it working, right? Because if I understand that there's only one resource officer, but however, this type of cases where it's 5 people beating one child against one, it should be at the top priority. And the city statement says that we should be providing services in a respectful manner as well. The comments made by Ms. Zambada were quite concerning, to be honest, and I do hope that the city follows through on that issue. I don't have any children, but I really do fear for my little brother, who's 14 years old, and unlike me, he doesn't get to go out at night. It's another reality, like Mrs. Flores mentioned. It's another world, unfortunately. But I do believe that the people need to know, because there was a quality in police department that was provided in the city 15 years ago, right? I don't know if the chief might want to correct me if I'm wrong, but there was at one point more than 40 police officers working in the police department roughly 15 years ago. I know former Chief Legaspi is kind of alluding to, yes, that is correct. And today we have around 20. And I believe people deserve an answer. What happened in what years that now we have half of a police force? Of course it impacts us, and it impacts us not only in safety, but in economic development, right? If you have a business to invest, how safe do you really feel that tu patrimonio is gonna be safe, right? And in that regard, I do feel like people need an explanation on what happened, timeline, just like how there's a timeline on the the fire department of events. We should have one of these for the police department, because it is going to be a long road ahead. Regardless of who is up here, it's gonna be a tough uphill battle, right? Cities do not just recuperate from one year to the next because the council changes. There's several things that we need to keep providing services, right? We can, for lack of a better term, defund public works to fund police officers. But then what's gonna happen? The quality of our parks are gonna go down the drain. It's gonna go even lower. So it's a giant battle of trying to manage the best service that you can provide to the city, the citizens, without compromising their safety. So I do hope that we can get some sort of update for the community in regards to police staffing, as scary as it might be, because knowing that there's 2 police officers at any given time in the city is a scary thought, right? And again, if we can have it as detailed as we can possibly can, and the reasons of why it happened, which we all know it was an economic downfall that the city suffered between the years 2010 and 2016, I believe. But I feel like the community deserves an answer on that regard. That's going to be it for me. I have more comments, but it's a long meeting ahead. I really just ask that we provide an update on the current state of public safety in the community. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Morgan?
I'll piggyback a little bit on what Mr. Manzanares says, and I'll speak from authority and experience because I was a law enforcement officer 35 years. Let me tell you what's going on, why we don't have public safety, because we have a city that doesn't care. We shifted our priorities. And I'm not saying this council or this administration, but over the decades. When I left in 1998, I was a police cop here in 1998. I left in 1998 to the Department of Justice, and we were, like you said, about 40 cops. I retired in 2014. I'm elected official. What happened? We're back numbers, way low. What happened? The city has shifted its priorities. They don't care about public safety. You know why? Because downtown looks like Kosovo, looks like a war zone. When you have investors and developers that come here, you say, what? This looks like a third world country here. Why would I want to stay in Calexico? No economic development, no money, no police force. And the little money that we get, it goes to other priorities. I've always said, give the police and the fire what they need, what they want, the first thing, because they're the first responders. And we're more worried about other issues in Calexico except fire and police. That's what's happened. We don't have a city that cares about public safety. It doesn't care about the citizens. So we should set our priorities. And I tell you that because I used to be a cop here. And now I get it why we're here where we're at. So we need to have our priorities in economic development, sustainability. If you don't clean downtown, if you don't fix your roads, nobody's going to come and do business in Calexico. And that's what's happened. We shifted our priorities, and we don't care about public safety or the fire department. And I allude to the fire station number 2. So if you think the developers are going to come in here and waste and spend our money, taxes here, we're not going to get money. We're struggling. What happened when we had ARPA? We had $9 million. We spent that on other stupidities. That's what we did. That's where the money went. That's where your money went. You're the taxpayers. So our priorities have shifted in projects that they don't mean anything. That's what the problem is. So until we all get together up here and agree that with public safety is a problem and we're going to fix it, otherwise, I don't care. I can get reelected 50 times. It's not going to happen because what's happening up here. Thank you.
I do want to clarify something though. When the ARPA allocations were approved, of course, just for background, we cannot use ARPA for permanent staffing. So even if we wanted to allocate 50% of all ARPA expenditures or ARPA funding, we can't hire police officers with that, right? We did invest in equipment and infrastructure, but I do agree that, and you know what, this came to me, we need to be a more business welcoming city. There was a brand new business that had just opened, Cachanillas restaurant on 98. There was no ribbon cutting ceremony or anything like that, right? The city of El Centro welcomes these businesses. I believe that we stopped doing that. There's been businesses that come and go, and we don't really receive them as they should. So I think that that's something that we should look into. If the bid is able to communicate with this business effectively so that we can get something together, provide them free promotion with the city being present, with other officials being present. Like I said, the city of El Centro does it. There's no reason why we shouldn't be doing it as well. That's it though.
Thank you. I just want to comment that last February 16 we celebrate the Lunar New Year 2024 in honor of the Comunidad China, Vietnamita, Filipina, Coreana, etc. de esta comunidad de Calexico y thank you to all the participants y gracias a la señora Colio, gracias a la señora Norma Gerardo. Excelente evento. Thank you. Voy a ceder mi tiempo, si me lo permite, señora Colio, debido a lo que he escuchado en este día. Voy a pedirle el favor que le permita al jefe de policía dirigirse en este momento a la comunidad le veo sus ojitos como que tiene mucho que decir, pero cedo mi tiempo a usted, señor, para que pueda explicarle usted a nuestra audiencia todas sus preocupaciones que están pasando, si es tan gentil. ¿Puede pasar? Spanish and English, please, porque aquí hay comunidad de inglés y español.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've been your chief of police for going on 4 months. I've been an officer here since 2002, your first canine officer. I was investigator here for 8 years. When I took over the chief's position, I did an assessment of what this department needs to move forward, to run it the way that it deserves to be run, to give you all you folks the service you guys need. One thing I identified is leadership. You can't run a department without leadership. So immediately within the first week of taking over, I assigned 2 acting sergeants to take responsibility of the shifts, to continue the process. Since then, we've hired 2 officers. One's out of FTO, one is just finishing up FTO. We have 2 applicants that are at the end of their application phase. We should be picking one up probably by March 4th, and the other one, we're looking at 2 more in July. With that, what I wanted to do is I want to open up investigations again, because you do deserve an investigations unit to have that follow-up once the report's taken, to concentrate on the investigations. We haven't had our investigations open since 2019, and I happen to be the last investigator the city's had. We do have somebody that's doing it part-time, that's on light duty, and he's helping us out immensely. But that's something that I believe that no city should be going without, is an investigations unit to give the attention that the citizens need. After that, I believe that we need to promote and have lieutenants to supervise those positions, so that way they can be held accountable. Obviously, we've all seen the news, we've seen what's been going on, and I think that we still need to aggressively hire more people. My goal is to, if I can back up a little bit, my goal when I came into this was to see, okay, what was the problem and how do we fix it? Instead of saying give without asking, you can't ask without giving either. So I can't ask for more bodies without giving solutions. So part of that is what I was proposing is obviously seeing where revenue's coming in, and are we up to date with the standards? Obviously we know inflation's gone up 69% since 2002. So 69.9% actually. So, and our fees haven't gone up since that time. So some of the fees we take a loss. For example, for the ACOs, we get charged $50 for every animal we take over there, to get taken care of, but we only bring in $25. So obviously that's something that we need to look into. Our fees, as far as the meters, have never been adjusted, and we need to. Historically, our meters have paid for the traffic enforcement. We've usually broken even. So what that does is a quality of life for us, where we don't have to deal with those lines that are so long, or to keep them civil. Because without our traffic enforcement officers that are out there, maintaining the order, we have fights, we have traffic accidents, we have a big disorder. So the revenues we get from the meters is what pays their salary. So obviously that's gone up. It's almost doubled since 2002 is what the city's paying for, yet the revenue hasn't showed for it. So that's something that I've looked into. It should be coming to council the next city council meeting, and I hope to get the city's support in implementing those fee increases. But it's not just increasing the fees. What I want to add to that is also add what's called a business liaison officer, something we had in the past before. where that officer is going to be assigned to the downtown area to deal and help the citizens in the downtown with their business issues. So it's one officer, Monday through Friday, that's on call, that deals with the downtown, to get that downtown off, onto its feet, and so it can become more productive. Another thing that I've tried that I'm looking into is a fast lane, and I'm working on that. It's the first in the southern border. Every time I talk to Caltrans, CHP, the Department of Homeland Security, they're really excited. I've talked to people from Mexicali. I talked to somebody in the governor's office, Mexicali, and they're very excited about the program. That's something that's going to be managed by the city. That's going to bring revenue into the city for public safety. So for every 1,000 memberships we have, that's a police officer's position right there. And that's without, what I'm talking about is without asking city council for more money, for us to be able to support ourselves, to bring you the services you need. And that's my vision. So, en español. Sorry. I'll make this, huh?
Concentrado.
Más concentrado. So, he sido su jefe de policía por 4 meses y cuando entré he mirado muchas cosas que se necesita trabajar. Una cosa era poner supervisores para supervisar a los oficiales. Obviamente no podemos tener oficiales trabajando sin supervisión, porque ustedes se merecen que alguien esté atento, que ellos hagan su trabajo correctamente. En la primera semana puse 2 sargentos que eran oficiales ya con tiempo y los puse como sargentos. También otra cosa que andamos haciendo es, ya hemos traído para adentro 2 oficiales. Uno ya está libre y está patrullando solo, el otro va a acabar en unos cuantas semanas. Tenemos otro que va a comenzar el 4 de marzo y tenemos 2 en espera para julio. Con eso quiero abrir también el departamento de investigaciones, porque la ciudad se merece que alguien tome las investigaciones después que un oficial la tome, porque es mucho trabajo nomás por un oficial, nomás para tomar reporte, dar seguimiento para la investigación, y en esta forma va a haber una persona dedicada para darle servicio a la ciudad. He mirado muchas cosas que no hemos aumentado los precios, como servicios que están de 2002, y ya todos sabemos que los precios han aumentado. El valor ha aumentado el 69.9% desde 2002 y nunca hemos incrementado lo que cobramos. Siempre, casi todo lo que cobramos es una pérdida. Si tenemos un animal que necesita servicios, nosotros cobramos $25 por tomar el animal y los cobran $50. Esa es una pérdida de $25 allí. So, ¿de dónde sale ese dinero? De la cuenta general de nosotros. So, ya he sido una revisión de lo que hemos cobrado en multas y en medidores, y obviamente se tiene que incrementar para pagar nomás para los de tráficos, que es lo que los mantiene el orden cuando hay líneas viendo para el sur. También con eso incremento quiero poner un oficial que va a ser dedicado a la zona central para ayudarle a los comerciantes para los incidentes o los problemas que ellos tienen, para tratar de levantar la zona central de la ciudad. Hay otro programa que quiero también implementar, que es, yo lo llamo Sentry, porque así la gente lo entiende, pero no Sentry, es Fastlane, porque para entrar a ese programa no es igual como a Sentry, pero va a ser un programa que va a ser corrido por la ciudad, para la ciudad, y ejemplar por cada 1000 cuentas que tenemos, ese es un oficial. So, de vez de viniendo aquí y pidiendo al concilio por dinero, lo que yo quiero hacer es tratar de generar dinero para traerles los servicios que ustedes se merecen. Gracias.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you. Next item.
Oh, I think you skipped the commissioner's report.
Commission report.
Yes.
Okay. Please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council, and the administration here, and the city employees. I know it's a tough job being here. I am a business owner. I am the bid commissioner, and I am the president of the bid. We have not had a meeting this month, but I did meet. I want to give an update to the City Council that we met with the owners of the buildings of downtown. Some of them, not all of them. We made it very clear, I mean, I've been coming here now, I've been back to Calexico for the past almost 8 years. I have a nonprofit medical clinic and a thrift store on 2nd Street. So, yes, there are a lot of issues here in Calexico. We all need to take accountability of what's happening with the city of Calexico, starting with the city hall and the business owners of those buildings downtown that need to be held accountable on the buildings that they're not maintaining and sustaining. It is very hard to have a business here in Calexico. I'm on my 7th year as a nonprofit clinic. It's not easy. I work 7 days a week, and I actually manage several businesses with a great, strong team beside me. So I just wanted to give you that update that we're gonna start working with those landlords. We're gonna have a meeting possibly next week. I haven't given Esperanza or Ronnie a date yet because I wanted to have that meeting. They were very engaged. We made it very clear that they have to be engaged. They have to come to the meetings, but we need to start evolving with our ordinances that we have here existing in the city hall, because things evolve, all right? Whether it's the businesses, whether it's the safety of our citizens, there's a lot of things happening downtown. We are very lucky that we have the Border Patrol here helping the city of Calexico and the sheriffs. So without them, I think that we really would be in a lot of trouble. Another thing too that we talked about was, you know, bringing in new businesses here to Calexico. I do want to mention to Ronnie and Esperanza, as a commissioner, I do not get any updates as far as the new businesses that are coming here. I know because I drive by them or someone will tell me or it's on Facebook. But if you guys can please circulate those emails to the commissioners, that would be greatly appreciated. So we can plan a ribbon cutting for them. We do no longer have a chamber here. They used to do that. They were great at doing that and promoting the businesses. But if you can please put that on your notes, Ronnie, to let us know which businesses are coming, and we'll do the best that we can do with our partners. Twin Cities were a great partner that they can help us do these ribbon cuttings. And today we had Heart Awareness Health Fair. We had a great outcome at the Dianza Hotel. That's a historical building. So, so that's pretty much what's been going on with the BID commissioner. So we'll be meeting next week. I'll let everybody know so you guys can attend, and we're gonna have some of those landlord building owners attend our meeting. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Blanca, just to clarify, are you going to help us to be the chambers?
Well, we'll do the best that we can do.
Okay.
We're gonna fill in what we can do. It's very simple. Like I said, we do health fairs, 3 or 4 health fairs, so we can do a ribbon cutting. That's a piece of cake. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council, city manager, and members of the public. Patricia Orena, Community Services Commission Chair. Just want to let you know that our commission met for a special meeting on February 15th to discuss a couple of items because they were brought forth during the State of the City. The first one was Heber Park expansion status. We got the status on that, and the status is that we haven't done anything, that we're still about $5 million in a deficit, and there are no grants that I know of, or that we know of, that are being processed to bring the program up to date. We're concerned because the longer we wait, the more this project is going to cost. It's not going to be a $5 million deficit. You're going to be looking at about a $10 million deficit. The other one was Adrian Cordova Park status, and I know it's on the item tonight, item 25. Our concern is that we are going to do phase 1 and possibly open it up for soccer. I'm not sure if the council has approved anything on netting, the netting that goes on the east and north side of that facility, because there are houses located right next to that soccer field, so we'll get a report on that. We're also moving forward with a meeting between the City of Calexico and the Vincent Memorial High School for the use of city parks. Not only Rodriguez Park, which is very depleted, as was mentioned by the council here, you know, we are looking at quality of life, and of course police, fire are at the top of the list, but quality of life also includes our park system as well. And I keep stating back that in the city of Calexico master plan, we're still number 10 and 11, 12 on that list. So I think we need to redo our master plan, because Parks and Recreation happens to be quite a bit one of the highest items, along with the beautification of our downtown. I did compliment Mr. Cias, and I did mention to him I want to applaud him for having so many projects, including the new upcoming asylum. We're adding more and more to the parks, to the Public Works Department with no staffing. We currently have 4 staff members for parks, and we have depleted parks everywhere. There's a dire need for more soccer fields, and I explained, why don't we use Nosotros? Nosotros is not a good park to play because it's depleted in terms of the landscaping. There's potholes, and it's just not a safe place, which was they told me at the meeting. Other discussions, and this was just informational, and we'll be bringing it back, is working with the American Red Cross license training provider agreement so that we can offer Red Cross classes, but that's still in the works, and it probably won't happen this summer. We also talked about volunteer services. I know Mr. Jesse Garcia comes up here at almost every council. He can't be fixing Nosotros Park or Rodriguez Park anymore. He's just not able to do that. So we need to look at our volunteer services project and see if we can get any more a younger generation to go out there and help us out with the parks, and Public Works Department would have to help us with capital items. There was quite a bit of discussion regarding phase 1 of Adrian Cordova. Again, my comment back in September was to table some of the funding from ARPA so that we can finish one park. If we can finish one park and offer that to the city of Calexico residents, I think we would be very happy. With that, also mentioned that the kids are still climbing over the fence to get to the baseball field. The trees are dying. If you're going to open up phase 1, I'm not really clear as to what that is, but I did ask, is there any way we can review that whole park system, because you do have I don't know if it's phase 2 or 3, you do have something of a splash pad, and a splash pad costs quite a bit of money because you're talking about caustic soda and chlorine, and then you have to build a fence around it so you can protect it because people will damage that. So I'm thinking futuristically of items that will cost the city more money if we don't really look at the park planning of this. Aside from Nosotros, Adrian Cordova, Heber Park, Rodriguez Park, all our parks are depleted. Our playgrounds are all torn up. When I came in, and I was proactive in August when I went to go visit, myself and Mr. Garcia went to visit all the parks, I would say 99% of your playgrounds are broken, and there's a huge liability out there. The one on Topaz, they put, not Topaz, but Sapphire, you guys put some caution tape. That little climber is still sharp. It's going to end up cutting someone, and you're going to be looking at a terrible liability. Parents can't keep the kids off of it. You just need to remove it. You need to have someone go remove it. We're talking about staffing. When you look at your budget, yes, you need to hire more police officers, more firefighters, but keep in mind parks, you need people to work at the parks. You only have 4 people working at parks. And if you look at all the acreages that you have in parks, it's not enough. You're just going to be doing a little here, a little there, and you're never going to fix our parks. Aside from that, recreation also is in dire need of staffing. They've had the same staffing for the last, I don't know, quite a few years now. But they do a great service to our community with the projects that they do put up there. There was quite a bit of concern from the residents that came and spoke about our depleted parks. So I hope that you look at our minutes when you receive them, and you'll see what we were talking about. And these are resident concerns that we try to bring forward to the council so that you can review them. And that's our report for tonight. I think Ms. Pacheco, you want to say something about the utility boxes as well? We are working on the ordinance, I guess, to meet every other month, because we've only had 1 regular meeting since we came on board. I've had 2 special meetings and 1 regular, and I think 2 or 3 ad hoc meetings. So we're still working on ordinance to have a meeting every other month, because 4 meetings a year is just not enough for the projects that we have before us. Thank you.
Señorita Pacheco, nuestro más sentido pésame por la pérdida de su abuelita, de todo el Cabildo y la administración de Calexico. 100 años no se dicen fáciles y acaba de fallecer. Lo sentimos mucho.
Muchas gracias. También, 100 años y también era de parte de Women's Improvement. To go back on the utility boxes, we did get an update. It was approved by council, approved by commissioners. So I believe now we're just going to be waiting for the company to make the wraps. So that's something we're looking forward to. Aside from that, we had 2 successful exhibits, which was the black and white, which was I attended and I participated, and I was just amazed how lots of people from the valley attended to it. Also, the lunar of New York, the New Year, it was on a Friday. A lot was going on that Friday, and it was a very successful event too. I like to see culture. I liked how 4 council members were there. Ms. Golio, I saw you there. It was a good event. I was honored to be, I was asked that Friday from far south border north to speak, actually, to present at SDSU how to connect Imperial Valley and art. And I had to do the presentation. It was very, the first thing that came to mind was Calexico. I just had to talk about, logo. I talked about how the border, the friendship bracelet, it was just a very sentimental presentation that I enjoyed. And we had 40 artists from San Diego and 15 artists from Imperial Valley. And we had some of our local Calexicans. So if you have seen, some of our local artists have been campaigning. They've been doing murals, they've been doing hikes and other stuff. It's not affiliated with us, even though I do support that, but they are from the valley. They enjoyed coming down here. Dr. Nunez gave a very passionate presentation about the valley that made everyone from San Diego, from that organization, felt very welcome to come to Calexico. I'll just say that it was, so me talking about the arts and everything, they even enjoyed taking the picture of the little monumentum of the friendship bracelet, the little logo that we have out there. But other than that, just that this organization is now kind of having eyes down here in the valley to bring more arts, to give more acknowledgement to artists down here. But yeah, other than that, thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. Okay, other commissioner report? No? Consent agenda?
Motion to approve?
Second?
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Discussion and potential action items. 23, presentation of 2023-24 second quarter budget status report and approve resolution number 2024 to amend the 2023-2024 budget.
We have one
Ms.
comment,
Col-
Mayor Romo?
For-
Are you taking them right now or after the
No,
presentation?
after the presentation. Thank you. And somebody's going to pull the,
After, please. Okay. Sí, I know.
Madam Mayor, public comments on this item will not go first?
This is the, all comment for whatever items is after the presentation.
One for number 23.
so
It'll
are
be
we
after
going
the
to,
presentation.
After the
Yes, after the
Yes.
presentation. please. Thank you, Ms. Ariela. Yeah?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. At tonight's meeting, I'll be presenting the second quarter budget report, and I'll be presenting an budget amendment for your consideration. I'm sorry for the technical. Carla, can you be doing it? No? Today's objectives is to monitor the 2023-24 6-month expenditures, consider a list of proposed new general fund expenditures, and consider a resolution to amend 2023-24 budget. Los objetivos de hoy es recibir el informe de los gastos de 6 meses del año fiscal, las prioridades presupuestales del Fondo General, considerar una lista con nuevos gastos propuestos para el Fondo General y modificar el presupuesto. Considerar una resolución para modificar el presupuesto del 2023-24. The city has completed the first half of the 2023-24 fiscal year on track within its expected expenditures trend. The general fund has expended 44% of its budget through December 2023 and is on track with its adopted budget. Other program expenditures outside of general fund are largely dependent upon the timing of capital projects. All fund expenditures are at or below the expected expenditures trend for the first half of the year. La ciudad ha completado la primera mitad del año fiscal 2023-24 dentro de su tendencia de gasto esperada. El Fondo General ha gastado el 44% de su presupuesto hasta diciembre de 2023 y va por buen camino con su presupuesto aprobado. Otros gastos de programas fuera del Fondo General son independientes y en gran medida son los proyectos de capital. Todos los gastos del fondo están en o por debajo de la tendencia de gastos esperados para la primera mitad del año fiscal. I do want to mention that we closed this in December and we haven't received all the expenses up to today. All general fund departments are within a target of 50% of 6-month expenditure needs trend of the December 2023. The city has also met and exceeded its vacancy savings assumption during this period. Since some key positions are now filled, the vacancy savings may level off in the second half of the fiscal year. Todos los departamentos del Fondo General están dentro de la tendencia de gasto semestral objetivo del 50% a partir de diciembre del 2023. La ciudad también cumplió y superó su presupuesto de ahorro de vacantes durante este periodo, dado que algunos puestos clave ya están cubiertos. Los ahorros por vacantes pueden establecerse en la segunda mitad del año fiscal. In this graph, you may see the general fund revenue trend for the past several years, from 2018 to 2024. The general fund revenues are projected to increase by $230,000 to $19.5 million for the year. The most significant revenue increase is $380,000 in property tax and property tax related revenues, including the state's motor vehicle license fee in lieu, backfill, and also residual tax increment. These property tax increases are expected to be ongoing revenues based upon assessed property valuations in the city. Sales tax revenues are on track with budget through the first 5 months of the year. The state will release actual results for the quarter ending in December 2023, in late February 2024. 2023-24 annual sales tax projections will be updated in the third quarter budget report. Se proyecta que los ingresos totales del Fondo General aumentarán en $230,000 a poner en el año 19.5 millones. El aumento de ingresos más significado es de $380,000 en impuestos a la propiedad e ingresos relacionados con impuestos a la propiedad, incluido el reabastamiento de la tarifa de licencia de vehículos motorizados del Estado y también el incremento del impuesto residual. Se espera que estos aumentos de impuestos a la propiedad sean ingresos continuos basados en los valores de las propiedades evaluadas en la ciudad. Los ingresos por impuestos sobre las ventas van por buen camino con respecto al presupuesto durante los primeros 5 meses del año. El Estado publicará los resultados reales para el trimestre que finaliza en diciembre del 2023 a fines de febrero del 24. Las proyecciones anuales del impuesto sobre las ventas para el 2023-24 se actualizarán en el informe presupuestal del tercer trimestre. (2023-24) General Fund Revenue Updates. Property tax increases are offset by reduced projections for business license. $120,000 we will need to modify, and property transfers of $30,000 paid at time of real estate sales. Program revenues earned by specific general fund departments are on track in total, while individual department revenues are proposed for updates. Increased fire ambulance revenues of $280,000 are primarily due to improved federal and state reimbursement rates. The ambulance revenue increase offsets a $300,000 reduction in planning, engineering, and building revenues. the 2023-24 planning, engineering, and building revenues budget had included an aggressive increase, while actual year-to-date revenues indicate annual activity will be closer to the 22-23 actuals of approximately $1 million per year. Combined public works, parks, recreation, and library fee revenues are also increased by $20,000 for current trends. These updates to the general fund revenue lines items will create the baseline revenues for use in the upcoming 24-25 budget cycle. The improved property tax revenues in particular provide an encouraging baseline to consider a new investment in city programs. Los aumentos del impuesto a la propiedad se compensan con proyecciones reducidas para licencias comerciales de $120,000 menos e impuestos a la transferencia de propiedad de $30,000 pagados en el momento de las ventas de bienes raíces. Los ingresos del programa obtenidos por departamentos específicos del Fondo General están en camino en total, mientras que los ingresos de los departamentos individuales se proponen para actualizaciones. El aumento de los ingresos de las ambulancias de bomberos de $280,000 se debe principalmente a mejores tasas de reembolso federales y estatales. El aumento de los ingresos por ambulancias compensa con la reducción de $300,000 en los ingresos de planificación, ingeniería y construcción. El presupuesto de ingresos de planificación, ingeniería y construcción para el 2023-24 había incluido un aumento agresivo, mientras que los ingresos reales hasta la fecha indican que la actividad anual estará más cerca de los datos reales del 22-23 de aproximadamente $1 millón por año. Los ingresos combinados por tarifas de obras públicas, parques, recreación y biblioteca también aumentan en $20,000 para las tendencias actuales. Estas actualizaciones de las partidas de ingreso del Fondo General crearán los ingresos de referencia para su uso en el próximo ciclo presupuesto del 24-25. La mejora de los ingresos por impuestos a la propiedad, en particular, proporciona una base alentadora para considerar nuevas inversiones en programas de la ciudad. The budget strategy proposed for the amended investment is and the budget strategy options to build reserve, invest in programs, and pay down debt. The proposed budget amendment is recommending $230,000 in general fund revenues, $2,000 and $30,000 general fund expenditures, and $100,000 to Measure H reserves. Measure H sales tax revenues have exceeded projections for the first half of the 2023-24 fiscal year. The annual projection is increased by $100,000 and improves the projection 230 Measure H fund balance reserve to $2 million. La enmienda propuesta invierte en programas del Fondo General y genera reservas. Las opciones de estrategia presupuestarias que usaremos es construir reservas, invertir en programas y pagar deudas. La enmienda propuesta es de aumentar $230,000 en ingresos al Fondo General y aumentar $230,000 en gastos en el Fondo General y aumentar la reserva de medida H por $100,000. Los ingresos por impuestos sobre las ventas en la medida H han superado las proyecciones para la primera mitad del año fiscal 2023-24. La proyección anual se incrementa en $100,000 y mejora la reserva del saldo de fondos de la medida H proyectada para el 2030 a $2 millones. The proposed budget amendment provides City Council an opportunity to reinvest $230,000 of surplus annual revenues by filling permanent positions in support of program operations. Proposed additions include partial year funding for the remainder of the fiscal year. We are recommending a part-time permanent records assistant. This position will support operations of the new county-wide communication system. The system is in transition and is requiring staff training and a learning curve on the new data processes. We are recommending a part-time permanent traffic control, parking traffic officer. This position will allow the traffic program to transition a temporary staff to permanent part-time staff. This improves training, consistency, and the turnover associated with temporary staffing. We are recommending a revenue officer. This action implements a recommendation from the State Water Resources Control Board to improve the city's administrative capacity to support water, wastewater, customer billing, and revenue functions of the city. Improved revenue administration is also a recommendation in the 2022 State Auditor's Report. La enmienda presupuestaria propuesta brinda al Consejo Municipal la oportunidad de reinvertir $230,000 en ingresos anuales excedentes al cubrir puestos permanentes en apoyo de las operaciones del programa. Las adicionales propuestas incluyen financiamiento anual parcial para el resto del año fiscal. Al agarrar un Records Assistant, un asistente de registros, este propuesto respaldará las operaciones del nuevo sistema de comunicaciones en todo el condado. El sistema está en transición y requiere capacitación del personal y una curva de aprendizaje sobre los nuevos procesos de datos. La segunda recomendación es contratar a un part-time traffic oficial de tráfico. Este puesto permitirá que el programa de tráfico haga la transición de personal temporal a personal permanente a tiempo parcial. Esto mejorará la formación, la coherencia y la rotación asociada al personal temporal. La tercera recomendación es obtener una posición para un oficial de ingresos. Esta acción implementa una recomendación de la Junta Estatal del Control de Recursos de Agua para mejorar la capacidad administrativa de la ciudad para respaldar la facturación de los clientes de agua, aguas residuales y las funciones de ingresos en la ciudad. La mejora de la administración de ingresos también es una recomendación en el informe de los auditores estatales que nos dieron en 2022. The finance calendar for the next steps in the finance department. Today, presenting you the second quarter report. We're scheduling on May 1st to do the third quarter budget report. The auditors were on field on February, and we are wrapping up the audit, and we're targeting to publish our audit financial statements by March 31st. And audit presentation to the City Council on April 17. We have started internally in the Finance Department the kickoff of the 2024-25 budget. We are programming to meet with departments by March, and April do the budget development with program departments, and May propose to City Council, and June hopefully adopt a budget for 2024-25. Actualmente el calendario de finanzas, hoy la presentación del segundo trimestre. Planeamos presentarles el tercer trimestre el 1 de mayo de 2024. Los auditores estuvieron aquí presentes en febrero. Estamos a punto de terminar la auditoría y esperamos, nuestro objetivo es publicar auditoría de los estados financieros para el 31 de marzo y presentárselos a ustedes, al concilio y al público el 17 de abril. Internamente en finanzas nosotros ya empezamos con el presupuesto del 24-25. Planeamos empezar con los departamentos en marzo. En abril desarrollar el presupuesto por cada programa. En mayo presentárselos a ustedes, al concilio y al público. Y en junio adoptar el presupuesto del 24-25. Like I've always, once I finish my presentations, I always like to thank my staff. As you know, we've been short-staffed, and they've always are right next to me, helping, assisting us. And I also want, at this point, I hear all the people coming and saying that we're short-staffed in this department, we're short-staffed. It's a struggle, trying to, with the funding that we have. And I want to thank the department heads, because regardless of their struggling, and they're always us, Ms. Colby and myself, telling them very about their expenses, they always are willing to help, and they are always looking for the best for the city. En este momento, como siempre me gusta terminar mis presentaciones, quisiera darle las gracias al personal de finanzas, porque a pesar de que saben que estamos cortos de personal, siempre están queriendo ayudar y a mi lado dándome el apoyo. Y también a los departamentos, porque a pesar de que todos los que tenemos del dinero y todo, hacen todo lo posible para salir adelante con la ciudad. Y a pesar de que las Ms. Colby y yo a veces les detenemos o les cuestionamos ciertas facturas y eso, ellos siempre tratan de hacer lo mejor para la ciudad. Y no sé si tengan alguna pregunta. Do you have any questions?
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Fonseca. Now we have the comments for the public.
Our speaker is Norma Aguilar.
Okay, Ms. Aguilar.
Give me 1 second, please. Norma Aguilar, 839 Heber Avenue, Calexico, California. As I mentioned earlier in public comments, Measure H committee overall is heavily disappointed and upset because of the continued withdrawal of 1.6 million. And I know I'm going to run out of time, but so I'll try to be as concise as much as possible. Not only is it built into this budget, the 1.6 million, it is built in until the 2030, every single year, 1.6 million to help balance the budget. When I got assurances from all of you that that was not going to continue to happen. And at no point did you advise me as the chair or the committee letting them know that this was going to happen. There's a process, ladies and gentlemen, in order to take money from Measure H, unless you just don't care about it. But there's a process. If you know that you're not going to make your budget, then you give direction to your manager to go and come to the committee and say, we're not going to make it. We need this for these reasons. That never happened. So first time, shame on you when I brought it to your attention. But this time, shame on me, because I trusted in your word and your assurances that this was not going to continue to happen. In 2030, this, as I said, this 1.6 million is built into 2030. 2030 is when Measure H sunsets. Do you think that this city, these citizens are going to continue to support Measure H? I won't, if this is what's going to continue, if all we're doing is tapando el sol con un dedo, just doing this, borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. Because there's 1.6 million going in, but yes, we're going to put 100,000 back into Measure H. Well, that's all right, because you got 900,000 plus. that's going into the general budget. It's okay. In the budget that we saw, all that we have are projected numbers. I suspect that that's what you have too. We have no wire payment documentation, even though we've repeatedly asked for it. There's no accounting for the 1.6 transfer. We're not being told, Measure H is not being told what it's going to be used for. So we don't know. We're being told that we're going to get that information provided. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask for at least 1 minute extension, please, because the history of Measure H is long and troubled. You know, somebody mentioned about ordinances. There was ordinances before Measure H asked for it to be changed that city council members could sit in on committees, on commissions and so forth. That happened with Measure H. Conveniently, some Measure H appointees were not there. This happened between 2010 and 2018. Go back and check the minutes to see who sat in on those Measure H meetings. That's where you got a lot of these monies allocated. And I'm going to run out of time. So what I'm going to tell you, as I mentioned previously, we are going to continue to meet on a monthly basis as well as a quarterly basis. The trust has been broken, and we will not let this continue on our watch. If you want the money, then you give direction to your management to come and ask for it. You don't just take it, because then that's grounds for a grand jury investigation, as far as I'm concerned. Finally, I strongly recommend that you halt transfers to the general fund for Measure H until the Measure H committee reviews the real full fund balance, not the projected fund balances, that we get the wire transfers, and that we account for what that 1.6 billion is going towards. I served on the school board, and I know what it's like to sit on the hot seat, but you know what? When times get hard, then you have to make hard decisions, and you have to take accountability for it. If you're gonna do it right. Give direction to your manager. If not, at least have the ethics or to own what you're doing, not doing it in a transfer. And what disappoints me that every single one of you knew about this transfer.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Other comments? No? Okay, discussion? Mr. Ureña?
I do have a lot of things to say about Measure H. I know Ms. Fonseca is coming up.
Okay.
¿Quieres que explique? If I may?
Yes, before you go further, I just want to express my real interest in this budget to be approved, because we are short-staffed, and the temporary employees that we have acquired the knowledge to help the police department with the reporting, with the records and everything. And if we lose that capacity, we have to retrain people, and we're really struggling to retain capacity. Traffic controllers are difficult to find. When they run out of time, they're no longer available, so we need to rehire, we need to get another group of people, train them, and sometimes they go on the field and they don't like it and they leave, so all that training goes away. So I think it's eventually a good move for us to start moving forward to get those temporary employees, permanent employees, even as some part-timers, because it's really necessary for us to keep that capacity at the city. And so I just want you to consider that before you vote today. In regards to the comments with Ms. Aguilar, I have asked to meet with her to explain, to work with her regarding her concerns. We're going to schedule a meeting, and maybe a 2-hour meeting, so that we can go over how did that happen. I wasn't here, so I just need to get a brief. But the way that I understood this measure passed 60%. A special measure specifically for activities needs to 66%. So I just
I'll go
Just want to
ahead-
mention that.
I'll go ahead and explain
Okay.
that part. I would absolutely love to sit in at that meeting to provide even more detail to the Measure H Commission, but this is a good opportunity to revisit the history of Measure H. So, y disculpen a todos que porque es presupuestal tenemos que traducir del inglés y luego al español. So I'm going to try to be as brief and condensed as possible. En inglés primero. In 2010, the citizens of Calexico voted for Measure H. And the citizens of Calexico in 2010 were misled or deceived about the type of ballot measure that was being put on the ballot. It was tried before 2010 as a restricted measure. It did not pass. So in 2010, it was put as a 50+1 general measure with the promise, not a legally binding promise, but with just a grand faith promise from previous leaders that an advisory commission would be enough to regulate those funds. 2014 came, and that was the first year, due to the fiscal problems of the city, that the city councils started taking money from Measure H, starting in 2014. And that hasn't stopped up until, it hasn't stopped, period. And I can tell you as a person that in 2020, 2021, that was one of my first concerns, is how the citizens of Calexico were deceived and really were robbed of the real purpose of Measure H, which was police, fire, and recreation, as it was sold to the citizens without telling them that it was actually a general fund initiative. So, unfortunately, if we, and just to be clear on the promises that I have made, I don't want to see this transfer continue. We had a very important meeting with BBK, the attorneys of the city, to explore other initiatives that would make up for that general, for what we're taking from Measure H. Unfortunately, the earliest that we can get those revenues would be when we sell a property, an initiative in November, or potentially an initiative in March 2025. This problem is not unique to Calexico. This is a problem across measures in all of California, so much so, and I invite the Measure H commissioners to please look up ACA 1. It is a constitutional amendment that has passed the Assembly and the Senate of California this year, and it will be on the ballot for November of this year, specifically addressing what has happened, not just with this Measure H, but many measures across cities in California. What is the reform that is being proposed in the state? To have a restricted fund, the voters have to approve it at a 66%, where the voters vote, and that's where the money goes, and nothing, no city council, nobody can touch those funds, and I like those kinds of measures. If ACA 1 is successful, it's going to lower the threshold of a restricted from 66 to 55%, which is what I am in support of. Because why is it that for a restricted measure where we can lock funds to what we want them to, it takes way more votes when that's what the citizens want? They want measures that when we tell them this is going to go to police, it has to, and legally binding, go to police, fire, and recreation. So the dates that we can realistically stop this transfer at its earliest, maybe June when we sell the property, which is next quarter, maybe November, maybe March 2025, if we're waiting for that state reform so that we can fix up that mess in Measure H. Now, the city uses the $1.1 million, and we can get that itemized list to the Measure H Commission, but in essence, it goes to the departments. It's tied to police, it's tied to fire, it's tied to public works, and if we were to halt that transfer, we would have to fire police officers, fire department, we're right around the corner from stopping these transfers, but the earliest that we can do it is June, November, or March of 2025, depending on how things go. That's the unfortunate history of Measure H, and as the person that has brought up the issue in this council, I just wanted to clarify that the earliest we can stop those transfers is June, November, or March 2025, but it is absolutely our duty to make sure that the Measure H committee knows exactly what that transfer is doing for us in these current budgets. So we can have that understanding and look forward to ending this transfer by the end of this year. I think is the most realistic goal. Voy a dar la reseña brevemente en español. En el 2010, la ciudadanía de Calexico votó por la medida H, que es un impuesto sobre la venta, que genera millones de dólares para esta ciudad. Desafortunadamente, a los ciudadanos se les dijo de manera incorrecta cómo se iba a manejar ese dinero. Se les mintió en pocas palabras. En lugar de decirles que esto es una medida general que va a ir en la jurisdicción del Cabildo, porque no llegó al 66% para que fuera una medida restringida para propósitos legalmente que se deben de cumplir, nos fuimos por la 50+1 que pone todo en el fondo general. Llegó el 2014 y ese fue el primer año que empezamos a tomar dinero de ese fondo, porque ahí empezaron los problemas fiscales de Calexico. Entonces el Cabildo tomó esa autoridad y hasta el día presente no hemos parado de tomar ya casi $1 millón cada año, y esto lo señalé como problema 2020, 2021, de que ha sido una mentira, ha sido un robo hacia el propósito de la medida H, y es algo que tenemos que parar lo más pronto posible. Sin embargo, no me expresé suficientemente claramente que lo más temprano que vamos a poder parar realísticamente estas transferencias va a ser cuando vendamos una propiedad o cuando tengamos iniciativas, ya sea para la elección, nuevas iniciativas para la elección de noviembre o para la elección de marzo 2025. Y las nuevas medidas pueden ser hacia las propiedades vacantes, pueden ser a los a las utilidades también, y también podemos explorar otras opciones, pero ya se están explorando con el abogado en preparación de que para el fin del año queremos parar estas transferencias. Esa transferencia de $1.1 millón, el Departamento de Finanzas sí va a poder proveer y comprobar que lamentablemente es lo que está sosteniendo lo que es bomberos, ambulancia, policía, arte, recreación, y no se va a poder parar esa transferencia hasta quizá los próximos cuantos cuatrimestres. Es una triste realidad, pero es una que queremos corregir lo más rápido posible este año. Sí.
I would like to request to Ms. Fonseca to let us know how much of that funding is being used for police department and for fire department. How much of that measure is being used and for recreation department, just to make it more clear.
Ms. Aguilar is right in the sense that in the last page, it says right here, police 850, fire 400, but the transfer is not itemized. We have to give her itemized where the transfer is going.
Yes, and the other thing that we want to mention too is that we use some of the ARPA fundings to offset a little bit of the recreation. The recreation continues getting the funding, but it's a combination of both the Measure H and ARPA funding.
For that one specific situation, yes.
Can I make a comment? Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
So let's not sidetrack what the issue is here, okay? We're sidetracking. Let's stay focused. The community has lost confidence in us. This is why this lady right here, she's been a warrior in this Measure H since I've known her a long time. We just kicked the can down the road. I propose we have an open meeting and invite the public and address all those issues in another meeting, because it's deeper than what it is. We can point the fingers and everything, but we're not going to fix it. And I appreciate Sandy because she's limited on staff. 198 million is not an easy task, and I appreciate because she works hard with her staff, and I appreciate that. But that's a different issue. What we thought is we lost the credibility of the community. That's why I don't have confidence in us anymore, because what we're doing up here with is taking money we're not supposed to. And I'm familiar with all those 8-bit bills and all, but it's not going to do nothing until we have people here who are responsible and ethical and stop doing this shenanigans. because that money was specifically made for those allocations for fire and police. And this is why I tell you, we're not gonna fix the problem with police and fire, because we're doing this, among other things, because we're not doing our job. It's easy to just get the money and we got a budget that's balanced. It's balanced on patches here, and there, but it's not a very good budget put together, because it's made up bits and pieces, because we're making a decision up here, and we do it behind your back. So let's have open meetings and discuss that. What do you guys want us to do with your money? Because you're paying for it. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Fonseca? Comments? No comments? Okay. Question?
Let me go back to again, the comments that were made on Measure H. I know that I was reading an article that came out in the IB Press. Calexico Chronicle. The last time that we had an update, and where there were comments made, alluded by Ms. Aguilar, and we were not going to do this anymore. And we can continue to say that, but in reality, we have to be transparent. And we need to have these open conversations. We need to work on reality also. We cannot work with we're hoping that will happen. So selling a property, waiting on a measure to pass, it's a lot of unknown also. We sell a property, it will be a temporary fix also. So we cannot be working on temporary fixes. There has to be a better strategy. And also we talk about maybe bringing more tax measures before all of you. I don't think that unless we clear this whole issue that we have with Measure H, I don't think no one will get behind it, including myself. So also we have other great rates of light in this report. Property tax. That was one of the biggest contributions to our revenues, right? And then sales tax. So, those are key things that we need to be looking at. We talked about being business friendly. We were talking about it earlier. So that's the key also, being business friendly, but not just saying that we're going to be business friendly, actually doing that. But when we do away with the key institutions, whether it's a Chamber of Commerce, whether it's a person that works on economic development here within the city, which we no longer have, I think we're just going around in circles and coming back to where we started. Then also, we're looking at, the sales tax. We're looking at also just having all these projections, but again, this is what they are, only projections, right? Savings on unfilled vacancies. Or now that we have some of those vacancies filled, we're going to see our reality. But when I say, or when we say that we're balancing our budget by saving on vacancies, by saving on things that we don't provide to our community, I think we're kidding ourselves, right? So I propose, just like Mr. Moreno said, and everybody else here, having that honest conversation where we don't have to go back and have this conversation that we're making these transfers. But I think transparency, not promises that we're not going to do this anymore, because reality is that probably we're going to have to do this over and over again. But as long as you are informed, as long as you see it, whether it's the Measure H commission or committee, and you putting this out there, us, all of you, I think transparency, and we talk about that all the time, being transparent and being realistic. Unfortunately, I cannot work on potentially a measure passing. I have to work with tangibles, and that's not tangible. So I want a more a strategic plan as to how we're going to generate revenue, and that will come from here and not just go into the taxpayers' pockets.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I hear Councilmember Moreno and Councilmember Garcia. Los escucho bien, los escucho claramente. I think we're all in agreement that we all want to stop this transfer. I come up here with a plan, and that plan is property sales, potential measures. We could stop this transfer right now, but I would like to hear from Councilmember Moreno or Councilmember Garcia what your proposals are to stop the transfer. They cost $1.1 million. Do you have any proposals for this year to create that 1.1 million or $1.6 million so that we can stop the transfer? Because everything else is just talk. I want to hear a strategic proposal coming from the council members on how we're going to stop that transfer.
Again, what I said is making sure that we're clear to the people. I don't think they will mind if we do these transfers to get out of this hole. You know, but what they want is transparency. Not empty promises. So we know that we're in this bind, but I think people appreciate honesty and just, you know, making sure that we're transparent.
I think what I'm saying is, what you're saying is an empty promise because it's not a solution. It's not even a proposal.
Well, it's not a proposal, but at least I'm being honest. And you were the one that were banging the gavel when you said, I won't have this none of this anymore.
Okay.
Thank you.
So here's my proposal.
Yes.
We have a city manager, form of government. She's supposed to get the proposal for us.
Oh, that's an easy thing to say.
That's what it is supposed to be.
It's
We're
our job
not,
as a council.
we're
It's
not
our
city
job
man.
as a
If it was
council.
for me, that's what would happen. But we have a city government that manages, that we rely on the city manager. And I'm not pointing fingers on her. It's the government we have, so they're supposed to give us a proposal.
And just to be
We're elected
clear,
to solve those
And I'm gonna
problems.
tell you something, if we can't fix this measure rate, disband it. Get back your money. Simple. You guys can get that money in your pocket, you got things to do, because we're not doing it. So stop it, or disband the measure H, simple.
What are the consequences of actually disbanding Measure H?
in this scenario, I don't want to put the responsibility on Ms. Fonseca. I'm the city manager, and I will respond to your question, so I want to get clarification from you. Are you asking me to remove those funds from the police department and the fire department now and start
That's what I was hearing
and
right now,
not
so I
start
just want to
laying
get
out people?
clarification.
Because it's only with those funds that we have been able to get ahead and maintain those positions.
Okay.
This city, when I was provided to meet the city, you not even have the reserve in place. We have been making changes in response to the state auditors, and we have been able to meet the minimum requirements for reserves. And it's only with the ARPA funds that we have been able to do that by flipping some of the costs, eligible costs under the ARPA. We also created a 30-year plan to respond to the unfunded liabilities of more than $25 million that this city has when I arrived to the city. So we have been making changes and efforts to get ahead of the game. But if you ask me a plan, I don't know where the funds are gonna come, because funds are coming slowly to the budget. We are getting, as you can see, there are surpluses, but we rely on 100% on Measure H. And it has been historically the way that it's been done since the 2010. That those funds are going to police department, fire department, and recreation. If you ask me tonight to stop it, let me know, because I'm gonna have tomorrow to talk to both chiefs to start thinking about who I need to fire so that we don't use the Measure H. Just let me know.
So
And I will
that's-
present a plan for you with those premises.
So that's what happens if we entertain the idea of disbanding Measure H. Immediate destruction of our public safety departments. That's what happens when you entertain that idea, ¿verdad? We're just hearing residents say we need public safety. So why would we, out of nowhere, say vamos a quitarles half of the department? It's $1.1 million. And to be quite frank, I am also, and I believe everyone here, I believe that we think it's a disservice to the community that we keep filling in gaps with this Measure H funds. But we also have to be realistic. When was the last time that Calexico citizens invested in themselves and said, you know what, I am okay with paying a little bit more, that was 2010, 14 years ago. The chief just said inflation has gone up over 60%. And we don't want to, like Councilmember Camilo said, like dip into the taxpayers' pockets. It's not dipping into their pockets. It's the people. We have to invest in ourselves. We are investing in ourselves. Although I will say, and very shamefully, yes, you are completely right. The city should be informing Measure H when, why we're taking away, which it's pretty obvious why, right? You know why, but they don't know where it's going. They don't know if it's going to public works salaries.
But it's not just informing us, it's coming to request.
The process, the correct process, right? Exactly. And that's part of the transparency, like Camilo was saying. We owe it not only to the Measure H committee, but to the citizens. Because, like, sorry, I was going to say Mayor Ureña. Councilor Ureña said, like, the city promised that we were going to form a commission and that would be okay. That everything would be perfect with that. And I've been since here day one advocating that we need a new tax measure. And not tax measure as in the citizens of Calexico, but tax those vacant, abandoned, ugly properties that are sitting in our city. Like Peso Market, for over 20 years abandoned, and we have not made a single dime off of those properties. And at this point, we're not about to have conversations with these property owners because they're not going to want to pay. They're not going to want to pay. And that's the reality. Why should the owners of Peso Market suddenly want to invest in the city of Calexico when they can just sit in their property waiting for the value to go up, becoming a public hazard, because it is currently a public hazard, and the city just accepts it and never questions it? We do need a new tax measure, specifically for those properties. Look at the downtown. It's no secret the way it is. It's been that way for the last 10 years that I can remember. It didn't start when I get here. It didn't start when Ureña got here. It didn't start when anyone's got here. It was already destroyed, partially burned. 3rd Street, I'm referring to 3rd Street specifically, right? And the reality is that our current city budget, even though there's comments that we don't care as a city for public safety, 62% of the entire Calexico city budget goes to public safety. That's over half of our budget going to police and fire alone. But the departments that actually make us money, and I mean in terms of permits, in terms of facilitating revenue, like building, planning, even code enforcement, severely underfunded. Those are our money makers. Con esas encuestas nuevas, con esas medidas nuevas, we could fund these positions, not only public safety, but also these incredibly important departments that we have right now. We have an incredibly talented director at the moment. ¿Cómo se llama el señor Vargas, I believe? Barba, sorry. Who has given me an update that currently we are up to date on the permits that have yet to be processed in the city.
God bless.
Incredibly talented individual. And his department is himself. It's just him as a director, and that's it. Imagine what we could do, how faster we could work, how faster we could process business permits if we gave him the actual people that he needs, ¿verdad? Same goes to finance. I know that this is incredible. I mean, first of all, this budget report is ya es tarde, but I understand that really you're also incredibly underfunded in the finance department. If we want to make money, we have to start looking ahead of, it's not just fire and police. There's other departments that are able to bring us money faster so that we can start funding fire and police, ¿verdad? The city has been holding, apretándose el cinturón for over 14 years now. The city of El Centro, not too long ago, within the last 2 years, approved a new measure for them. I forgot, Measure Q, or Measure P, I believe.
Measure P, yeah.
Guess what it's funding? Their brand new police station. Because the citizens of El Centro said, you know what? The economy is not the same as in 2001. Let's not play dumb. It's not the same. It's incredibly difficult for this day and age to buy a home. It's incredibly difficult in this day and age to buy anything because of inflation. And the citizen of El Centro said, you know what? We need new source of revenue. We need new funds because the current ones are not cutting it. But the city of Calexico, the one that has been, I mean, it took a tremendous plunge economically in the year 2013 and 2016 of almost $8 million deficit. Aquí tengo la gráfica right here. We're saying, no, we can't possibly approve new tax measures. That's what we're saying. We're saying we don't want to invest in ourselves, but at the same time, ask us to somehow magically revive the police department, the fire department, fund recreation, fix our parks. Give us the tools to do that. It's been 14 years. Times have changed. It's not 2001 anymore. It is time to start asking the questions. Are we ready to invest in ourselves to start fixing the city? Because the city is on track. The city, despite all the challenges, economically, politically, todo eso, despite all that, it's still on its 7th year of economic recovery. Despite all that. Because, quite frankly, our departments are doing a great job, and we've been seeing this, managing their budgets, staying within their budgets. Because although everything sounds horrible at the moment, ¿verdad? Con la policía, con los bomberos, there used to be a time here in this council when these budgets got reported to the city where they were talking about millions of dollars in the red. We are blessed today to say we're struggling where to spend this money, ¿verdad? I completely agree that we should be spending this on staffing. Like Esperanza mentioned, I believe that we should be approving this amendment as it is. Pero it's sad, and I have to mention it, it is incredibly sad that out of $230,000 revenue, 120,000 are going to a political circus, the election. It's the truth. Duele, ¿verdad? Duele. 120,000 out of the 230,000 go into. Who started the recall? This was a danger, right? And then you know what? We have another recall of the mayor. Should we spend another 120,000 on that? There's no public comments right now, sir. Because this is $120,000 on an election, not counting the already $80,000 that the city spent with the county. That's $200,000 in one election.
Don't mislead.
And sorry, sir, there is no public comment. There is no public comment. Half of what we could be allocating, and I'm sure this graph, this plunge of negative $8 million sound really familiar to you.
When she
Because,
was mayor.
oh, look at the, oh my God. Well, now we see where that $8 million deficit came from, right?
2014.
Circo político. And that is one of the things that unfortunately is really sad. Despite all that though, the city is showing a recovery. Despite all that, despite the political circus, despite understaffed departments because of an $8 million plunge into the dark. And despite all that, the city continues to move forward despite everything. Pero again, we should be transparent on Measure H. La verdad que sí, I am very apenado to say that although I do agree that we shouldn't be tapando hoyos, it's what we need to do right now, because if we stop doing it at the moment, the only ones that are going to suffer are the very same departments that Measure H is supposed to benefit. ¿Verdad? But we should be transparent. We should follow the process. And And
Mayor,
that's what my comments on that.
I just want to the Vice Mayor's point, and if I can involve Mr. Campos very briefly. What I was trying to say at the beginning about the authorities over Measure H, when they misled the citizens, when they lied to the citizens about how Measure H would work, just to reaffirm what I was saying, unfortunately, the way that Measure H was written, if this is correct, unfortunately, the way that Measure H was written was that it did not give authority to the advisory commission. It didn't give them, it didn't give the advisory committee any teeth in making decisions over the fund in the way that it was written.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at that in years, but my recollection is that's correct. My recollection was that when it was drafted during that, in 2010, that it was drafted, it was a general tax measure, which only required 50% vote. So
And if I just may finish, como se dice, and it is for that reason that meeting with Measure H needs to be focused on, yes, the transparency, but also creating a path forward to get rid of this transfer.
Okay, now we need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the budget amendment that's presented to us.
Second with the comment, if I can have, staff, meet with the advisory committee and provide that information that they're asking for transparency, and not just to the committee, but also to the citizens as to where this money has gone and whatever has not been itemized as to how it has been spent, if that can be provided, just for transparency.
And if I may add also.
We actually have scheduled that meeting with
Okay.
Ms. Aguilar before this meeting. I offer her to meet for at least 2 hours to go over all the process and that we can have a better understanding.
Make sure
Both
that
sides.
happens. Thank you.
Also, I would like to add on that, is that we need a plan. It has to have a plan. And I believe the city manager can put that plan. That's her job to do it, not my job, not their job over here. She can formulate a plan, bring it to us, and we'll talk about it. If you guys agree to it, we'll vote on it. It's just a plan. Let's have a plan. We have no plan. Okay? So,
Mayor Gloria Roma,
Yes,
Mayor Pro Tem Gilberto Manzanares,
Yes.
Councilmember Javier Moreno,
yes.
Councilmember Raul Ureña.
Yes, with the comment that obviously this transfer is not going to stop tonight, unfortunately, and it's going to be unanimous.
Councilmember Camilo Garcia.
Yes.
Motion passes.
thank you. Okay, item 24, adopt resolution number 2024, approving a relocation request of $25,000 from the cannabis tax fund, the grant program CTF GFB 2023-2024. Okay, police chief.
City Council, ladies and gentlemen, I'm requesting tonight a transfer of $25,000 from our cannabis grant to be reallocated for paying backfill. So initially, the sergeant that's working on this grant, I have one, he was an officer, he's a sergeant now, that has been working diligently on budgeting and managing 2 grants for me, and he's working on a third one.
Mr. Orozco, I'm sorry to interrupt you. May I just make a motion to approve? Is there a second for a motion to approve?
Second.
There's a second. Can we call a vote, Ms. Mayor?
Mayor Gloria Roma,
Yes,
Mayor Pro Tem Gilberto Manzanares,
Yes.
Councilmember Javier Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Raul Ureña,
Yes.
Councilmember Camilo Garcia.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Orozco.
okay, thank you. 25, approval of bid documents for Adrian Cordova Memorial Park,
Motion to approve?
but
I have a public comment.
I'd
Yes.
like to, before making approving, which is obviously something that it's good,
Okay.
I'd like to hear the comments from the
Sounds good.
engineer.
We have one.
okay.
Carmen Estrada.
Is Is there a second, just so we can put it on the table?
I'll second that, but I do want to hear the
To hear
presentation
the-
for the
Okay,
community.
okay.
Sounds good.
Buenas tardes. Pues como han de saber, no es la primera vez que estoy aquí y pues la verdad no sé ni qué decir. Estoy sorprendida cada día, me sorprenden y pues ojalá este sea el día verdadero que cumplan en lo que están diciendo, porque la verdad yo sí estoy muy decepcionada, pero ojalá Gloria, ojalá Raúl, ojalá Manzanares, Moreno, señora Colio, que estuvimos hablando con usted hace como 8 meses o 9, por una cosa u otra, porque no había ingeniero, no se llevó a cabo el Parque Córdoba, pero la verdad, ya es hora que se haga. Hay dinero y tengo fe que se va a lograr. Primero Dios. Hay muchas cosas que hablar, no voy a hablar negativo, quiero estar en lo positivo, porque lo positivo trae positivo. Gracias.
Okay. Motion by, okay.
I do want to hear
Okay,
something.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Guillermo Sillas, Public Works Director. The item that is before you is to approve the bid documents for advertisement of the improvements of Phase 1 for the Cordova Park. As included on the materials is including the construction of a parking lot, some sidewalks to access to the baseball field and also to the soccer field, and some landscaping. This is the first phase, and later on will be more, but right now with the money that we have, so we are trying to start, as Ms. Estrada said, to start with the process, to improve this park and to be able to open it as soon as possible. I also was instructed by the mayor and some members of the council to try to do like a quick measure to be able to open the soccer field as soon as possible, just providing the minimum, which is a sidewalk for access, and to protect the neighboring houses with some, as the commissioner said, netting. Unfortunately, it's not as easy as we thought at the beginning, because it looks like the netting installation includes some very high poles, similar to a street lights that require a deep foundation. So it's not, it has to be designed, seismic design, and also against winds. But little by little we will get there. But just letting you know that we are working on it, but it's not as quick as we thought at the beginning due to, the structural requirements of this netting with, the wind and seismic design, because it's adjacent, to houses and facilities. Any question that you may have on the topic of the approval of the bid documents? We have plans, as approved by council before, the concept, and also we have the bid documents, cost estimates, and specifications.
Just one question. According to the document here, it is estimated after we approve, or if we approve tonight, when's the deadline for phase 1 being completed by the construction company that will take this award?
It is 60 working days, approximately 3 months, 3 calendar months.
Okay, so we're looking at an opening date of July, June.
Most likely, yes.
Right.
It will take, there's schedule included in the second page. The advertisement, it will be hopefully tomorrow if council approves it, and then a pre-bid conference with the bid opening on March 21st, a month from today, and award the contract potentially on April the 3rd. So from there, let's say that we will wait probably 15 days for the contractor to bring all the documents, sign contract and everything, and another 15 days or 10 days for a pre-construction meeting, and so we can start.
And regarding because we cannot open the soccer field without the netting, that's right?
Right,
It's
yes.
completely
We need that
unable to do. So is there any sort of, any preliminary searches already to an estimate? Are we looking for Is it gonna cost us $100,000 for just the netting?
Honestly, I don't have estimates. I was looking online with companies that they sell this type. It's not just any net. It's a special net that is specifically for fields like that. But also as I mentioned, the poles that hold the net are very tall. I would say that at least 25 feet, similar to one of the lights that are installed. And we have wings, we have, seasons, so we need to get it designed. Hopefully, the companies that sell the nets, they can provide that, but I don't know yet. I need to talk to somebody, one of the, estimators or advisors, that they tell me, yes, you have to do this, or, maybe they have a design that is already approved by an engineer, so we can use it and hire somebody locally to be able to install the poles and the foundations.
Got it. Thank you.
Ingeniero, nomás para traducir para la población muy brevemente sus puntos, dígame si estoy equivocado, pero estamos viendo si aprobamos esto hoy, podemos tener una constructora para la primera semana de abril. Es la primera oportunidad que tenemos para aprobar.
Sí, es correcto. Sí, aproximadamente si Council hace award el 3 de abril, yo digo que unos 15 días después, en lo que se firman los contratos con el contratista, se podría empezar la construcción, digamos que la tercera semana de abril o algo así.
Sí, y después de ahí posiblemente se estima unos 60 días.
Correcto.
Lo más rápido.
Lo más rápido serían 60 días hábiles, lo cual serían como 3 meses calendario.
Calendario por ahí de, como dice el regidor o el vicealcalde, fines de julio, primeros de agosto, ya estar la construcción lista lo más rápido.
Realmente es una obra sencilla, no es complicada. Sí. Es un estacionamiento, algunas banquetas y vegetación. No es muy complicada, pero pues toma su tiempo, ¿verdad? También.
Así es, y lo segundo que es importante es que ustedes sí se están esforzando en tratar de abrir la cancha de soccer.
Sí, claro que
lo
sí.
más rápido posible.
Sí, esa es la meta que me instruyó la señora Romo y la city manager lo más pronto posible, pero obviamente sí lo tenemos que hacer pues con cuidado, ¿verdad? Para que quede bien de una vez por todas y no luego andar haciendo parches o remedios, ¿verdad? O sea,
le agradecemos, ingeniero, le agradecemos.
Gracias.
So I have a comment, if I may. Mayor, may I comment? I'm going to allude to, Ms. Estrada, you and I had this conversation last year, and she brought an interesting point. And we walked that place over there. She was so main concern was the irrigation system at the soccer field. And I don't know if that was addressed or not. And I know you weren't here back then. But this obviously this project, you said some green stuff. It's going to include the irrigation, right? Specifically that area on the soccer field, because she complained that there was no, at least a pressure there. I think she came up with this idea. I don't know. I'm not an engineer.
But I'm sorry to interrupt. There's no problem with the irrigation or the lighting. Everything is in place. Is brand new, let's say, and is working properly. You can see that the grass is. I mean, it's not totally green, but
right.
It is. It's being maintained alive. So when they are playing, so there will be, another schedule for irrigation, but the system is in place.
So it's green not because, it's not green not because of the irrigation system, it's because the product, or the type of grass, or?
Right, well, like any grass here, right, is difficult to maintain. It requires a lot of water.
Okay.
But once, start playing, so there will be more activity and the schedule will change for the irrigation.
Okay. Right, thank you.
And if you allow me, Mayor, so I just want to clarify something. Upon my arrival, the city was instructed to proceed to do some of the work, and the staff did it without the designs of the project. And so part of the issue that Councilman Moreno mentioned is that at that time, the amount of sprinklers in the field were not enough or were not sufficient to irrigate the entire area, and that's I think what you're referring to,
right.
Because I remember that being an issue. But those things have been resolved, and also it takes time for us to come back to the City Council and let the City Council knows that the payment that it was done, it was not right, so it has to be done with engineering designs, and that's what we have been doing, working with the consultant for them to prepare the design and the engineering design, the design plans. And without those design plans, we're gonna have a failure in producing a good project, a complete project. And that's what is, this project's being delayed. It's not that easy for an engineer to come up with plans out of nowhere. It takes time. In addition to that, Mr. Sillas arrived in November, and he's the one who oversaw the last portion of the plans, made the comments, returned it to the engineer that was developing those plans, and now we're up to the point that it's ready to go out to bid.
Ms. Cole, I think there's a motion and a second. Thank you.
Motion
Unless
by
there's another council member that wants to.
Ureña and Manzanares. Roll call.
Mayor Gloria Romo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gilberto Manzanares,
Yes.
Councilmember Javier Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Raul Ureña,
Yes.
Councilmember Camilo Garcia.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Item 26, discussion action on the proposed Island Seeker and Migrant Assistance Plan to be funded by $2 million grant from the California Department of Social Services.
Council members, I would like to introduce both chiefs, bring them over here to the table, to the podium to explain how we're planning on doing the project if you were to approve the $2 million. But I want to let you know the following, and I want you to keep that in mind before you approve the $2 million and any potential plan that we have. We as a staff, we had discussions about the $2 million, what can potentially do to the city. We have mixed feelings because on one side we understand that the humanity side, the human part of the situation, but on the other hand, we short staff, and even if we get a nonprofit organization to run the program, we put ourselves in a difficult position because someone has to oversee that nonprofit organization, and we may potentially open the door for more individuals to be sent to the city. So I want you to keep your mind open when you make a decision of the plan that is going to be presented to you by the both chiefs. They're going to explain to you what we have experienced so far. We don't want to take part of the decision. We're just going to show to you the pros and cons, and it's up to the city council to decide. We're not being proactive for anything. I want to make sure that everybody understands that we're just here to receive direction from the city council. Thank you.
Good evening, council, city staff, members of the public. Just to clarify, it wasn't necessarily a plan that was asked of us, but what was more specifically asked was, in the case that this $2 million was given to a nonprofit organization, what are some of the concerns that they would have to pay attention to? To that, I provided several examples to the city manager. Just to provide some of the highlights, it would be things like plan to provide restrooms, showers, comfort kits, comfort measures, bedding, facilities for single travelers, families. Men and women would have to be kept separate. Food, it varies the amount of people that show up there. It's basically 75 people a day, somewhere around 2,000 a month. Some days you get 0, some days you get 20. That being said, you're going to need basically a management team that's going to be able to fluctuate logistically the amount of food that they're going to need for a certain day. Is it going to be catered? Are they going to store it there? Lots of details to work out. Security. Police has been called there a few times for some local disputes regarding the vendors fighting over basically the business of some of the residual asylum seekers that are there. That being said, the fire department operations, we've had no impact to date. We have not generated one single call. And then as far as the facility, where's the facility going to be? How are the asylum seekers going to get from the port of entry where they're essentially released onto the street of Calexico to this facility? What's going to be at the facility? Are there going to be vendors? Are there going to be vendors for travel? Are there going to be vendors for lodging? What sort of licensing requirements are there going to be? Lots of factors. That's just a few. So that being said, I think it also warrants mention that, like I said, 75 people a day, approximately 2,000 people a month are crossing. That being said, at no given time have we seen a congregation of 20 to 50 people at Border Park. We've seen a few residual people because, quite frankly, most people that are crossing have plans of where they're going to go. Whatever the CVP policy is, there's a sponsor, they have to have a point of contact. So most of them are just passing through. Before I mention that concern, I think probably the other concern that Warren's mentioned is financially. How long is this plan going to be viable for? We don't know. We don't know what the nonprofit organizations are going to require per day, per person. Is this something that's going to be viable for 2 months, 6 months, 2 years, or just a couple of weeks? We don't know. Back to the issue as far as the people. So 2,000 people a month, and like I said, there's kind of a natural flow of how these people are moving through the city. Some people are stuck here for 24 hours because maybe their flight doesn't leave LA until tomorrow, or they've got to get to Phoenix and they've got to wait for a family member to come pick them up. One concern I have is that if we start providing services here in the city, it's going to slow down that flow of people through the city and possibly create kind of a hub or a collection point in our city. And heaven forbid, it actually works, then are we going to become, a regional hub? These are all concerns, and what that's going to create is, I don't know what our exit strategy is going to be here.
Just on the timing, it's 9:30, we need a motion to continue.
And then 1 hour more for that.
So moved.
I don't know. 1 hour or 30 minutes?
1 hour. 1 hour.
1 hour more, okay?
Okay, I'll be quick, I'll sum this up. So basically I was asked, what are my concerns? What do we need to look out for? Well, this is a humanitarian effort, it's commendable. We all want to take care of people, that's what we do, we're public safety. I just think we need to be aware of the possibility that jumping into this is going to create a bigger problem than what we have right now.
One thing that I want to mention too is we, the city, do not have control of the number of the people that is being released by CBP. I want to make sure of that. They keep coming. Some of them are prepared. Some of them are not prepared. I have some text messages at 11 o'clock at night when the chief is trying to relocate some of the families. Very few of those situations, but it still exists in which a family with children are on the streets and there are not place for them. But it's a lot of responsibility for the city. And if they get sick, we have to take them to the hospital, and that's another issue as well. So I want everybody to be aware, we're not bringing additional people. We are already receiving those individuals. They are being released without our permission by the federal government. I want you to understand that. But it's a lot of responsibility to put in a city that has a lot of financial situations and difficulties and short staff.
So I believe the fire chief summed it up, the majority of it. Obviously, for us, it really doesn't matter. Once you set foot in Calexico, you have all the rights and privileges of anybody else. That's the beauty of our Constitution. And for us, you need service, you'll get it. That being said, we want people to enter this country and not be accosted, or not being, the process of which is happening right now is not right, and it needs to be fixed. Some of the issues that we would have at the police department, obviously, like the fire chief mentioned, is we've had to go to the downtown to separate people because they're trying to get fares from these people that are coming across, and it's something similar to what you would see when you're visiting a third world country, where you're getting off the airport and they're flocking around you trying to get your business. And I find it a little bit saddening to see this in Calexico. I would like to, whichever way the city council goes tonight, we're prepared to deal with it as it is. But obviously, people that are coming across, they're more up to be victims for things if they're not taken to their final destination. So that being said, if they're staying here and it does become a hub, now you're centralizing these people. We have to provide them services, welfare. If they're victims of crimes, we have to provide them the resources, the counseling, things like that. So it's something that I don't know if the nonprofits would get involved, or is that something that's going to come out of the police department or the fire department to provide that?
So in the report, there are several services, and we want to open the opportunity for you to comment on that if you decide for us to proceed. The idea is to release a request for proposals for a nonprofit organization who wants to be the lead agency and to subcontract with other nonprofit organizations for any other services if you were to approve this $2 million. That's the idea of doing the project. Back in last year, what we did, we released a request for proposals where we didn't have a nonprofit organization that was willing to take the mails. The mails was the most difficult part, to create a shelter, not for 1 month or 2 months. We receive a proposal that they can potentially do it if they do it for a year. We don't have, without the funding, I cannot secure that type of service. The other, Pastor Amelano, he was helping the families, he was concentrated on the families with children, small children that were left on the street. And the reason why is because Cal OES, who is funding Catholic charities, decided to change the priorities. And when they changed the priorities, they gave priorities to other individuals, but not necessarily the families if they were not being married. So if a couple comes, they're not married, and they have children, they were not providing services to them. And that's what we have. I think, Mr. Camilo, you were there on one of those days that we were providing services to a family in Chief Ainsa too, because out of nowhere, we have families, they didn't want to separate just because one of them couldn't get the services. And so he was providing services to individuals, and he provided services, I want to say, somewhere like 50 people. Those are the situations that happen at that time. We don't know what is going to happen, what is coming our way. We don't want to open the doors, neither. We don't want the additional stress. But at the same time, it's not really up to our decision. We just staff. We receive advice, recommendations, and direction from the City Council, and you let us know what would you like to do. The idea is to submit the release 2 requests for proposals. One's to create a shelter in a particular location for males, and another one is to use the local hotels to provide services to the families if they were left in the streets for 1 or 2 nights or until they receive notification from the sponsors. Now, I want to say this. When we receive the emails from CBP, all the email says, no services needed. Everybody's good to go. But the reality is, the sponsors are not responding. We could potentially get stuck with one person for a week or 2 weeks. We have some people from Venezuela wandering on the streets for 1 week. They were assisted by the winter shelter neighborhood house of Calexico for a week, but at 6 o'clock in the morning, they were let go out, and they were wandering on the park until they finally left. We're running into that possibility. It might not happen again. We don't know. We're just here to give you a big picture of the situations, and you let us know what would you like us to do.
We have 5 comments?
Yes. First speaker is Victor Legaspi.
Council members, hello. Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, how are you? I'd like to concur with the 2 chiefs have mentioned earlier today. It's not feasible. Also, Mayor Pro Tem Manzanares, we're short, the police department is short-staffed. In order for them to fully provide safety when it comes to the asylum seekers facility, it's tough. It was tough back then. I worked with the city manager, and I know that we had tried to send these people to El Centro or Hopeville, but nobody wanted them. They said, no, Calexico is going to handle it. You know, recently, we had a New York police officer that was beaten up violently by a violent migrant. And CNN and Fox News stated that this individual was heading towards Calexico. But thank God that that individual was detained and arrested. We had a 15-year-old violent migrant that shot at a police officer also, and he was also detained. The transportation that both chiefs were talking about, remember, Ms. Colio, we had gun plays. People were pulling out guns, these transportation personnel, pulling guns on each other. Nobody wanted to prosecute. Nobody wanted to go to jail. They were just accusations. So-and-so pulled a gun on me. So, and also, I had to reject multiple people that wanted to provide transportations because they didn't have proper paperwork to transport these people. You know, they were, I called them professional raiteros. That's how I identified them. It was ridiculous. The time schedule, right, Chief Ainza? I mean, the time schedule when these people were being dropped off, we had to babysit at times. We had to send police officers to babysit these people to make sure that these transportation personnel were not, you know, grabbing them forcefully to provide transportation. As we speak right now, Hakumba is crossing over people from Turkey, Syria, China, Colombia, Ecuador. Just a quick reminder, we're in the middle of a war right now, and some of these people are coming over here. This is a hot spot for these bad entities that deal with drugs and guns. It's a global clientele. They are grabbing these people to work for them. We're letting some of these people into our neighborhood. We may be letting some of these people into our neighborhood, okay, you know. It's not a good thing right now to have this facility as, again, Mayor Pro Tem Manzanares, at times we're 2-on-1. Officers are working, 2 police officers and 1 supervisor. I timed myself. But since yours, I didn't hear yours, so I think I'm, am I okay? Am I okay? I know my wife told me, don't bring it up here.
Thank you, Mr.
So, like I said, I mean, we're short-staffed. To me, officer safety comes first. The citizens of Calexico comes first. Let's deal with what we have in our backyards. Take care of our businesses, our downtowns, our our transits out there. Concentrate on that before we start, and the streets, right? Thank you very much for your time.
Next speaker is Jesus Solano.
Jesus Solano, 426 Rosemont. This council, by accepting these $2 million, are creating Calexico the new destination point. I repeat myself, the new destination point. I told you a while ago, Southern Bay Community Service is closing tomorrow, okay? So they will be bringing the people down here. They take people from Escondido, from Jacumba, and from San Isidro to that center. Once they close it, where do you think they're gonna start bringing the people? Here, okay? So don't do a disservice to the citizens of Calexico. Now, we need to understand, you guys need to make sure that you tell the community where this funding is coming, okay? A while ago, you heard from the chief, from the fire department, what is needed here, the deficiencies that we have. We saw the budget. We talked about the deficiencies. We talked about major rate, the deficiencies. However, we are doing a disservice to the community because this money is coming not from a special funding from the state, okay? It's coming from the Department of the State, but from the Department of Social Services. What does that mean? You guys have the priority on the migrants wanting to come over here, the asylum seekers wanting to come over here, and you're doing a disservice to the community of Calexico. These $2 million should be invested in the community of Calexico, in the senior citizens, on the future youth here of Calexico, the future leaders, okay? That's where that money should be invested, in the police department, in the fire department, That's where that money's supposed to be allocated. And we know for a fact, okay, that's like I told you will go. There's an investigation going on, okay? We know how those $2 million were sent here, okay? We know how it was managed. And here we go again with that name, Alexis Castro, okay? He's the one that got little fingers all over the place. But what really is very disappointing for us, the citizens, okay, that 3 members in the council with the assistant, okay, of the city manager and the attorney, okay, they are doing a disservice to us, okay? Instead of the attorney giving you legal advice, what's right, what's wrong, and then we have administration, what they're doing, they're getting those $2 million and they're funneling, they're gonna turn around, make a U-turn and give it to the nonprofit organizations, okay? When we all know the nonprofit organizations, when they apply for these grants, they are called competitive. You guys, by accepting those $2 million, just did away with that. You said, no problem, send it over here, we'll give it to the nonprofits. Don't read me wrong. There's a lot of nonprofits that deserve our respect and they do good work, okay? But there's a lot of nonprofit organizations and we know them, okay? Comité Cívico, Imperial Valley Equity and Justice, okay? This funding that's gonna come down the pipeline is not gonna be the majority for the asylum seekers or the migrants. It's gonna go for staff.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Solano.
Next speaker is Blanca Morales.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council and Administrator here, Esperanza Colio. On these, this one particular grant, I've been dealing with grants now for 8 years, and when I apply for grants, there are protocols and guidelines that I have to follow. And I'm held accountable of how I spend it and how I report it. So my question to Esperanza is, in this grant that got funded to the city for $2 million, do you have an outline on how we, the city of Calexico needs to spend it?
The only item that was mentioned in the contract, it says that is to provide a place for the asylum seekers to arrive, to being provided with the services, and that we have to comply with the state and federal regulations.
Okay.
There's no additional information, so they leave it up to us to find out what the regulations are. And in this case, it's Department of Social Services, it's state. So we have to go back to their guidelines that they have in terms of procurement process and everything. So everybody will have to have a license and all the proper documentation before they can bid on the project. And even when they hire another subcontract with another nonprofit organization, they will have to have the licenses in place. It's not gonna be that easy. I don't even foresee any of the agencies in the area other than Catholic Charities and
Neighborhood House. Those are the ones that provide the
They are
shelter.
the only ones that are eligible for this funding, to be honest.
So that being said, also I believe that it's in all fairness to the city and public safety, because you're using our fire department paramedics, because we don't have a hospital for 26 years now. We don't have an urgent care that Heffernan is still working on for 5 years now. But we still need medical care, right? And I don't know how much the ambulance is billing for these asylum seekers that you're picking up. So that also, in all fairness, some of that funding needs to stay with the city of Calexico, because in reality, we're gonna have these people coming across the border. The border is open from Texas all the way to here, to San Diego is getting the biggest hit, because it's a nice city to go live in, the weather's great there. But yes, we need to have a really good plan. You got the money, but we need to make sure that we do follow the guidelines that you were given. But Catholic Charities and Neighborhood House need to step up. The county as well, I know Jesus is still here, Cachu, with those public services, effective January 1st, 2024. Undocumented residents are eligible for Medi-Cal, so that way you don't have, the city does not have to take the hit on providing medical health care when the paramedics are assisting for health care. And also we have clinics, nonprofit, for-profit, that we can all get together. Dr. Quelada, who's been here for a very long time, would be very good resources to also be in this plan with us. Because now we have the One Health Plan, Imperial Valley Health Plan District now that just came up, then we can include them as well. But I think that's something that we need to work on. They're gonna come, they're gonna be using our resources. We might as well plan it and plan it smart. Thank you.
Next speaker is Josie Felix.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joseph Felix, 929 East 7th Street, Calexico, obviously. I'm here because I don't agree in having an asylum. I believe that the city should think about the citizens of Calexico first. Also, like somebody else mentioned, we don't know what's going to come across. They could be like criminals. You know, if they're coming from Pakistan and all those different countries, was to tell us that they're not going to come here to destroy the city. And there's already a lot of people that are homeless, and there's trouble with that. You know, they don't care about the city, so they do all kinds of things around. And like I said, they don't care. And by having this asylum, it's going to create a lot of problems. And are you going to pay for everybody? No. Once that money is gone, it's gone. And yes, they're going to be sending everybody to Calexico because they're going to say, well, they can help you over there. So it's not fair to the citizens of Calexico to have support for these people. I feel bad for them, but we need to take care of our own first before we say, okay, come on over, we'll take you. Doesn't work that way, because we don't know what they're going to do. So think about it really hard. No, no, no.
I just want to confirm again, we have no control of CBP releasing the individuals on the street. This is out of our control. We have nothing to do. We have asked them to please at least give us a schedule so that we can send someone to look and see if there's someone left on the street, a child. But we don't have control. This is a federal issue. We're not inviting them, it's just happening. And we all have been in those, we have been seeing them coming. I just want to be aware that we're not inviting them to come to the city. Our job is to take care of the citizens of Calexico. But it's because this council requested this to be taken into the agenda and to vote on this plan, then that's what we bring it over here. We're not advocating for anything. The staff, we're not advocating for anything. We don't want additional work. But the fact is, we have this proposal on the table, and it's not up to us to make that decision. Just want to clarify that.
Thank you, Ms. Collier.
Next speaker is Maritza Hurtado.
Hi, good evening. Maritza Hurtado. I'm the team leader of the Calexico Recall 2024 with a special election scheduled for the 16th of April of this year. What was said today by Senor Manzanares was that we are in a very hazardous situation, a public hazard. This is a public hazard and a public threat, but you know, there's a real confusing thing that happened here, is that a lot of us don't understand how this funding came here. But I do remember that there was a meeting probably about 2 months ago when the city manager explained that to Senator Padilla. He asked us to be able to provide a list of projects, and that he picked this project. So we want to understand, because you keep saying that we don't have the ability to be able to handle this project, but you still accepted it. So we wanted to kind of figure out why. But we do understand that IV Equity and Justice has a lot to do with the decisions that happen here on this council. IV Equity and Justice is in trouble right now at the county because of their activities in the county, and we don't appreciate their involvement in the city of Calexico either. We know that IV Equity and Justice has had a lot to do with the manipulation of our ARPA funds, and at this time, we feel that Senator Padilla has an employee by the name of Alexis Castro sitting with him. We feel he manipulated this situation as well. Because how can it be that the city cannot handle this type of a project, but yet we accepted it? Why? And then what bothers us the most here is that in discussions with the other council members, of course, Mr. Moreno and Mr. Garcia, they were not aware that this was happening. Why are you not discussing these things? This recall started because this exact project came to my attention by seeing a KYMA interview. I ran to the council agendas to see if by any chance this was being discussed on council. It was not. That is when I learned that IV Equity and Justice of Imperial County had a lot to do with these plans and the fact that we were going to be shoved into our faces something that is so dangerous. Just last Friday, we had an immigrant run through our office and Border Patrol chased him. And honestly, I'm really disappointed with the community members that are sharing cheese mess. Ms. Tishkota, calling me a migra. You don't have a business in downtown, neither of you, for over 35 years, right? You don't know the difficult circumstances that business owners in downtown go through. 1 year ago, we were broken into. Consistently, the tweakers and the homeless come into our office, they cuss us out, they steal, they put us in jeopardy. We are already at risk, and the fact that this was such a non-transparent transaction with Senator Padilla's office, more specifically Alexis. You know, Alexis bothers me a lot. You let him know he bothers me a lot because after he manipulated our ARPA, he did webinars. So I'd like to see if Alexis Castro of Senator Padilla's office will be doing another webinar to see how he successfully brought a stupid asylum program to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay? Okay. Discussion for this item?
Comment just came in. Rebecca Lemon. Yes, you're next.
Hi, this is about the asylum seekers. Hi. What the hell? Do you guys hate us that much? Not only do you want to bring needles down to our, downtown, and you sit there, and you say, oh, downtown was dirty. It's not been as bad as it is now. Since you guys came on board, it has been horrible. Now you want to put more people in there. She's right. You guys didn't have to accept the money. In fact, if you look at other countries like Germany, France, all those, the people are fighting back. We are a farming community. We don't need any more people here. And I know enough farmers here that are willing to shut down the border their own way. Look up Germany, what they did to their government. They put manure. You know that? You guys see the tractors? You see, imagine that down here. We got the tractors. We got the people. We got the will. We got the power. I don't even understand why Esperanza's even saying stuff. You don't live in the city. You understand rules and laws are there for a reason. Everybody knows rules and laws are there why am I talking to you? They're for a reason. They're there for a reason because it's for people's protection, safety. They've been thought about. By the way, I'm a cripple, so I get 4.5 minutes. So anyways, yeah. So then you get all these laws and stuff. The law says 6 months, if she doesn't move to the city, she is no longer city manager. Her job is vacant. So any decision she's made after that first 6 months, void. I don't know why you guys still think she's a city manager. She doesn't live in the city. According to our own municipal code, after 6 months, 180 days, her position is vacant. So anything she's done since then, we don't have to follow. She doesn't know even why she's here. She shouldn't get any money. She doesn't live in the city. I'm sure Miguel Figueroa is sitting in the back there. 1005, right? 1007. 1007 doesn't exist for your address, sir. I don't know what you're saying. So anyways, yeah, so,
Go to the item, please.
What?
Go to the item topic only, please.
Yeah, Let's not bring them in here. Let's fix our city first. We have Hamas. I've had Border Patrol call me and say, we have Hamas, ISIS, the people that 9/11. Any of that, I know you guys are probably fetuses or probably, ew, I don't even want to think, ew, ew. So anyways, yeah. These people don't think like us. They hate us. They murder each other. They want us dead. They don't want a happy go. Everybody's one world, one life, peace and love, and everybody's having hippie times. They hate us. Hamas wants to kill us, and they are here. They're here. I have pictures. People send me stuff. I don't know why. Border Patrol is telling me, but they're telling me to tell the world. We're in trouble. We have single men, soldier ages, strong men.
Thank you, Ms. Lemon.
Has it been 4.5 minutes?
Actually, Ms. Lemon, and I quote, said that she was a cripple, so she's got a minute and a half more, sorry.
Yeah. So anyways, if Border Patrol is asking me and telling me we have a problem, I don't have the resources Border Patrol does, but I sure as hell have a mouth. And I don't give up. I'm I'm relentless, if you guys haven't noticed. So we have Hamas. We have people praying to murder us. Anyone feel comfortable sleeping at night? I think our city should get everybody security cameras and free Wi-Fi. Why not? Give everybody tasers, guns, give every girl, woman, and child here a gun. Why not? You guys put us in danger. I want a gun. If anybody comes near my properties, immigrant, illegal or not, if you guys brought them in here, why are you smiling? That look. And Romo, anytime you've said anything in Spanish is null and void, by the way. I looked up the laws. Quit trying to change the law.
I just love what you're saying. I'm sorry.
That's great. I'm sure you do. I'm sure. It must be nice in his world, right? What color is the sky in his world? Who knows? Purple? Dude, we're in trouble. No, any color. It's subjective.
Okay. Okay. Motion to approve.
I'd like to make a comment, if I can.
Yeah.
Comments?
Yes. Are we done with public comments? So here we go again. Why are we getting in business somebody else's responsibility, which is the federal government? Why? This is why we get in trouble. It's not our business. Now, somebody alluded to that this migrants, where they come from. The San Diego Union reported the last 5 months, 100,000 encounters at the San Diego border. And let me tell you something. The majority of them come from countries where they're on the DHS terrorist watch list. That's a fact. You can Google that. So, obviously, I'm not in favor of this for those reasons, but I'd like to continue saying $2 million initially was allocated to the state of California for the Department of Social Services. That's where it's supposed to go for social services. How do we get that money and put it on migrant center? It does not even belong to us. Why don't we have the people who are advocating for this migrant center send a letter to GSS Majorca and said, hey, why don't we get some federal property and put your migrant center there? And then fund it also and then operate it, because we can't do it. Okay? We've been talking about a problem with our budget. Let's concentrate on the budget. Why do we have to spend our energy on this? The San Diego Migrant Center, they're closing tomorrow. There's a reason why they're closing tomorrow. It's all over the news. They're closing because they cannot sustain it. They already infused like $8 million, I can't remember the figures. The county board of supervisors had a good intentions, but they can't sustain it. There's reason for that. There's not enough money in the world to sustain it because we're not the federal government. The federal government has unlimited resources and money. We don't. We can't even have a budget. So why don't we make that money to public services, to our citizens' need, and then public safety also? Okay? Now, in terms of who, what, where, how this $2 million came about, and I know this Marisa said about it, and I know Ms. Julio said about it, I'm going to contact Senator Padilla's office. Elected official is going to contact. And I want him to answer me how he came about choosing that migrant center with all other issues. Why did he allocate that money? I'm not saying he did it, but I'm going to call him. I'm going to contact him. I want answers. Elected official, I want to know that. Thank you.
I have a comment. It's easy to say that we should just use this $2 million for public safety. It's super, super easy to say it, right? Because we do need money there too. The reality is that this money, it's not like the state just gave it to us and now we can do whatever we want with it. Because now they're gonna charge us for that money, and then we'll be in trouble. You should know, Blanca, how grants work. You know, you spend a dime outside of the scope of work of that, and what happens? Exactly, right? And then, excuse me, this is not a circle, please. And, yeah? All right. So, there's 2,000 asylum seekers coming into Calexico a month. It's not that if we build it, they're gonna come, they're already here, right?
Ms.
We
Morales,
have
it's
to,
not time for public comment.
just, if you like to comment, I don't know
Well,
if Mayor
he's
would allow it.
addressing me, so
No, I'm alluding to you, you know
that's
with
not what
grants, and you know that we cannot just
and I never
change the
said
scope
that.
of work.
I
of
didn't
grants.
say that.
Oh, no,
That's
no,
why I
no,
was asking.
I'm not,
Ms. Morales.
I just want to make it clear for the record.
Yeah, no.
I asked.
Ms.
Okay,
Morales.
I
Ms.
know.
Morales, this is not public
And I
comment.
work very hard.
I think you
Have
might
you
have
done grants
misinterpreted.
before? Have you done grants
Ms.
before?
Morales, excuse me, I think you might have misinterpreted my comment.
Okay,
I said because of your expertise writing comments,
Okay, thank you.
that you know that there's the misconception that we can use this grant for public safety is not true. That's what I was saying, not that I was like throwing dirt or anything at you. However, so that established, this $2 million, we cannot do anything with it, aside from this, ¿verdad? And give it back, okay. Let's not pretend that Calexico is not a border town. It's not unusual for us to have this conversation right now. As much as we would love to be El Centro and not have to deal with border town issues, the reality is that aquí estamos. We're already here, and there is a border crisis. This is what comes with a border crisis. There were several comments that I really feel like they had a lot of insight. Specifically, former Chief Legaspi mentioned that there's been immigrants, unfortunately, in other parts of the country that have beaten police officers, that they're sending police to provide protection to this facility, the proposed location, and quite frankly, it's at the moment depleting some of our resources in public safety, right? This is specifically for that. If we look at the agenda, it states that the objective of this project is to utilize grant funds to avoid further City of Calexico funds and resources to be impacted. Because at the moment, like I mentioned previously, 2,000 people are here. However, there's a 90% people that use the current, that utilize the current services of the professional raiteros, right? What happens to their 10%? If we do nothing at all, do they just, we let them roam the city? You were mentioning how they could be anyone. They could be anyone, right? Do we let them roam the city? Should we allow them to become homeless? Is that what, because that's what we're kind of alluding to here by not taking proactive action and actually get a feasible project from a nonprofit that can help us mitigate the impact that this is having on our police department. Somebody mentioned that we don't want to have police at this facility because we already have a problem with our police staffing. But the services and logistics page of the project specifically say that security, as part of this plan, the nonprofit must provide security in order to eliminate the impact on local law enforcement, right? And that is también una parte de la conversación, right? We're not approving here anything that is not just opening up the floor for nonprofits to provide us with their plan. It might be a horrible plan and then we don't approve it, right? It might not make sense and then we don't approve it. All we're doing is giving the opportunity for nonprofits to come to the table and say, this is my proposal, this is how we can mitigate the problem and alleviate using local resources from Calexico, our police department specifically, to not be dealing with migrant crisis. Because Mr. Moreno very adequately put it, this is the job of the federal government. However, the reality, muy bonito, federal government, please come and take care of this. What's the reality? The federal government is the one causing this problem. They're coming into Calexico and just dropping them off. They're the ones creating this problem. We're expecting them to fix it out of their bondadosos corazones. Unfortunately, it is our problem now. It is our problem now. And with that being said, I'm also going to make a motion to approve. Hopefully, we can get some actual plans that make sense from local nonprofits. Like I said, I'm not going to approve a plan from a local nonprofit that I feel doesn't address what we are saying in regards that they have to cover services, logistics, as well as Ms. Morales stated, we do need for them to provide, and I would love for a nonprofit that does take this contract, if anyone does, to provide monthly reports to the council in where the money is being spent. The money being spent, I believe that the transparency, the people deserve it, just like with Measure H. They should be, whoever gets the contract, coming here at least once a month to a public city council meeting and providing us with a report on the expenses of the month.
Okay. Is that motion in the table?
I'll second that motion.
Second that motion, Bob?
I have a comment.
There's a
No,
comment,
no.
and I'll be after.
Okay,
comment.
but I have one comment more?
From public comment?
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, you can have it go.
Okay.
Go ahead, public comment.
Dr. Cota?
Famous, infamous Leticia Aldana Cota. And what I do privately, that's my business if I want to share what's shared with me. I have a concern though. I was not, I guess I've been super busy. I have not read up on this presentation, but I heard what both of our officers, chiefs, have said, and I'm hearing to what the community is saying. And I do have a concern, with all due respect. We need to first take care of our city. If we only have two, and I understand, I get it. They're being dropped by the feds. Let's sue the federal government if we have to. But if we become a hub, that worries me if we don't have the services to service us. What's going to happen? I understand, and believe me, humanity, and we need to care for our fellow men and everything else, but the issue is that we're struggling. And yes, $2 million may sound like a lot of money, but let me tell you, for someone who spends a lot of money, $2 million, if I had them, it would be gone overnight. You guys also need to listen to your staff. You need to listen to your community, and you need to listen to everyone before you make a decision. There needs to be a plan in place. I heard somebody here who gets a little loud, and maybe I'm doing the same thing. If we get too close to this thing, it's like, whoa, way too loud. If we put something in place, I don't know if this could be tabled or if that money can be returned, because $2 million are going to be gone like that. We were hearing earlier that yes, we were cheated and we were lied to on Measure H. I'm aware of that because I was just, along with Norma, I was here every meeting to complain and to present my concerns and my issues that were ignored. Yes, the civil grand jury did an investigation. They found no wrongdoing. The issue is we don't have the services to provide these individuals. And if the feds are dropping them here at our backyard, then let's go after the feds if we have to. But right now, please consider tabling this issue and having a plan in place, or finding out. I just heard also from Ms. Colio that there's only 2 agencies that are licensed to provide those services. What's going to happen if they're not willing to step up to the plate and take over? I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't think this should be approved. I think this should be tabled and be looked at a different time, or once there's a plan in place and once you know for sure that you're going to have someone to take over and run it the way it should be, because the last thing that I want, I just heard somebody else say that we only have, and you know, it's true. I haven't seen a police car drive by my home, and I live down 3 blocks. So, well, I'm not gonna tell people where I live because they're gonna go egg my house. But I haven't seen them. So please, think about it. Thank you.
I want to just, and I know Camilo had a comment, but I'll just make really brief, if I may. This is specifically for that. I don't want our police officers to be stuck breaking up fights with the current transportation professionals que están allá, pulling guns. The system currently in place is broken. It has even put our own police officers in danger, dealing with that mess that's taking place at the moment. Mr. Gillespie, you've lived through it firsthand, and I agree entirely. We should be focusing on the city. That's why este lo que está aquí is not a plan. This is simple a step. This is a step for nonprofits to provide us plans. There is no sense to put this off to the side because the city, we don't have the time, nor are we gonna come up with a plan. This approval that I'm suggesting is for nonprofits to provide us plans, and then we can take a look at it and see if it's something that can meet our needs, right? Putting this to the table is only gonna prolong the conversation of whether we go forth with a bidding process or not. It's not gonna do anything unless we move forward with this item right now, so that then we can get plans. Am I mistaken?
So the items that you see on the page, we just add items about the basic needs, and it's open for you to provide recommendations if you want to. But the idea is to send this request, send a request for proposals with those minimum requirements, but also inviting those who wants to bid to let us know what works better, because we're not in the business of shelter.
Right.
We're not in the business of providing services. That's not the city's function. But we cannot do it without you approval if you were to decide to do it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
And the concern is the following. People might perceive that we are in favor or against it. We don't vote. We just at the direction of the city council. We have no choice. We just the employees. I am your employee. I'm your only employee besides Campos. And if you give me direction, I have no choice but to implement the direction. Otherwise, I'm in insubordination, and I want people to understand that. So whatever you decide, it's on you. It's not on us, because we already gave you all the ups and downs of the situation, what could potentially happen, and how understaffed we are. So I just want to throw it again to you. Let us know what would you like to do. What would you like to do?
I'll read one more time the last sentence regards that the city gave us in regards to this project. The objective of this project is to utilize the grant funds to avoid any further City of Calexico funds and resources to be impacted like they are today. When grant funds have been exhausted, the project is going to be terminated. It's not a forever thing. We hope it won't be. We hope that the border crisis won't last forever, and that there's comprehensive immigration plan in place from a higher authority than a local city government. But with that being said, the intention here is to avoid any further impact on our public safety resources, as well as try to fix the mess that is currently in place con los raiteros que están aquí.
Thank you. Just to bring back this into context, even with this money, we won't be able to use it for law enforcement or for our first responders for that money to be used to address that issue. That is clear. And what we're asking also from the potential nonprofits that will be bidding on this RFP is to provide security. But security is going to call the police, right? So they're not going to address that issue. So to me, this is, I appreciate the good effort, but it's a time that we send this money back so we can move on to the next ask. Because this is one ask that we didn't ask, honestly. This council didn't ask for that. At least I didn't. Excuse me. So at least I didn't. So there's some other needs. And yes, it was said that, I think the chief, Ainsa said that it could be for 2 weeks, 2 months, a little bit more. But there is no sustainability. It's not for a couple of months. It's not for a couple of weeks. What happens after that? Whoever was talking about, grants, yes, you do have all those requirements. And we're still gonna be on the hook for those reported requirements. We're gonna be a pass-through agency. We don't even know how that looks like also. So in Esperanza, you said it. You don't have the manpower, and this is not the first time that you say it. You said it when we first applied, when we got the letter that we were getting this money, and again you say it again today. So why are we going against the recommendations from the staff?
Yes.
We're putting ourselves in a hole that we're not going to be able to climb back up, and we're going to put our resources, more strain on our resources, rather than offering any type of help. So for that, I think we need to send it back, thank whoever was involved in this, and hopefully they can turn around and say, you know what else is there? And we know that there is more needs that we need to concentrate. So with that, I know there's a motion, but I will either table or send it back, send this money back.
Madam Mayor, I do have a comment, and I believe someone's screaming out in the public. If you could tell them that it's not disculpe, ahorita no es tiempo de comentarios al público. Estamos, sí, muchas gracias. Si pudiera hablar libremente, en español o en inglés, ¿cuál prefieren? English, we'll do English. I think English is a great language to express what we're going to express. I love America too. So, let me speak slowly, because I feel, and I not only feel, I'm witnessing that, excuse you, we're not in public comments. I'm trying to speak. Please behave. Disculpe, no es el tiempo de comentarios. No voy a hacer mi comentario hasta que paren las interrupciones. Somos adultos. Es un cabildo. Muchas gracias. In English, there's a couple things that I do want to say. First of all, we have to sharpen up our reading and listening skills. We're bouncing around what is the staff recommendation, and the most important thing that Ms. Colio has said tonight is that we do not have control over what the federal government does. It's magical thinking to think that this city has any grounds to sue the federal government, because the federal government is following federal law. CBP is processing these asylum seekers legally and legally releasing them onto our streets. This city, this county, the state, Texas created a whole army, right, to fix this problem, because they can't sue the federal government. It's impossible. Nothing is going to stop the fact that asylum seekers, per current American law, filtered by CBP, are going to be released in the streets of Calexico. That being said, that's reality, that's fact number one. That being said, let's ask ourselves this question. We know that we can't sue the federal government. That's a conversation that literally requires an act of Congress to change. If this group can convince the House of Representatives, the Senate, and get a signature by the president, then you'll be able to stop it. But as of current American law, what the federal government is doing is completely legal. What are we going to sue them for? Now, no, not to pay, because they're following the law. They're following, of course, and that also, and to get funding from the federal government, what does that take? It takes an act of Congress, it takes an approval from the Senate, and it takes an approval from the president to get funding down here for this issue, right? Those are not things that are attainable. It hasn't been done in the last 20 years. What is to say that because a citizen in Calexico said it, it's going to happen now in 2024? There's a whole election, and yes, we will fight. Of course, we've been fighting this fight, right? It's not like we haven't talked to our federal representative. Have we talked to Raul Ruiz about this? I think he started his federal representation here in Calexico, and we were talking about this issue, and Raul Ruiz has not done anything because it's a complicated issue in the federal government. So now, that being said, that being reality, I have to ask a question, right, to get us into a decision-making mode, which is, what happens if we reject this $2 million? Does that fix the streets? No. Does that hire cops? No. Does that hire firefighters? No. Does that stop the migrants? No. Does that let the migrants roam the streets? Yes. Does that force women to do sex work to get their bus tickets out of here? Yes, it does. Does it mean that Venezuelans are going to be roaming SDSU as they have? Yes, it does. What is the plan? We have to reverse the question. You're asking us about what we're going to do with $2 million. What are you going to do? What is the community going to do? What is the city going to do if we don't have these $2 million? What is their plan? I want to ask Councilmember Garcia, Councilmember Moreno, if this is not approved, what is the alternate plan? Because the migrants are not going to stop. I don't know how many times I have to say that. Ms. Colia has said it very elaborately. The federal, and we can ask the attorney too, Mr. Campos, does the federal government have the authority to drop off migrants in the way that it's dropping them off currently?
I mean, at that point, it's for following
Yes,
federal law.
They do. They're following federal law. How are we going to sue them if they're following federal law? It's not going to stop. The only way it stops is at the highest federal level. So I want to ask everybody who had the heart to come up here to speak, to answer the question. If we don't spend these $2 million, let's say, all right, we vote, send it back. What are we going to do? Does that fix the streets? Does that clean up downtown?
Hey.
You're asking to answer, right? Yeah,
Okay.
you wanted an answer, and we're answering,
Okay.
now you're shutting us up? Okay, si ellos ven que aquí no hay apoyo, no los van a mandar para acá. Ellos se van a ir a otra parte.
Okay.
No te hagas.
Bueno. Sí, persiste la ignorancia de cómo se llegan aquí. There was a very particular comment that came out of Ms. Lemon that talked about how Germans are standing up to migrants. You know what those groups are called? And Mr. Manzanares is a historian here. That is the neo-Nazi movement of Germany, the far right wing that is having these same concerns. We heard from Mr. Legaspi come up here saying that all of these migrants, they're criminals, they're this, they're that. You look at actual studies, and I'm pulling up Stanford University Institute of Economic Policy Research, the mythical tie between immigration and crime. And it says, opponents of immigration often argue that immigrants drive up crime rates, but newly released research from Stanford economists and his co-authors finds that that hasn't been the case in America for the last 140 years. You go to the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, studying the crime rates between undocumented immigrants and legal immigrants and native-born citizens in Texas, and they still find that undocumented immigrants have substantially lower crime rates than native-born citizens. That is what we can talk about anecdotal evidence, but the educated thing is to see what the scholars are saying that collect data on this. And the data continues to come back that immigrants commit less crimes than American citizens. Jonar, and I understand, but I'm talking about the anecdotal evidence. What I'm bringing to the table is the statistical evidence that that's just not the case, and it hasn't been the case for 140 years. What is being set up here is not accurate at all. And when we're talking about this fear mongering that's going on, that the $2 million is not going to be enough because San Diego is closing. I don't know if we've compared, but San Diego is at least 10 times larger. So $3 million in a big city, of course, is going to go faster. But our numbers are $2,000 a month. That $2 million is going to go a very long way mathematically. So I just want to close again with the question to the community, to the city, to the council. I just want to close. If we don't take this $2 million, I want someone to have a serious response. What are we going to do? And suing the federal government, as the city attorney has said, is not feasible. You have to change federal law.
It just, Mayor, it's 10:30, Mayor, so we would need to extend the meeting further to continue.
Can I just close it by this real quick? So, you know, as a government, we enact laws, we do communities, I mean, we do policies and public policy, right? Just like the federal government does. We sidetracking about this thing about the federal government, okay? Governments get sued all the time. So, Abraham Lincoln said it correctly when he said, by the people, for the people, right? There's a reason for that. Your voice counts. So we can influence decisions that come from federal government because we don't agree. That's simple. We're a government. We can say no to that. But it's up here what we decide. And obviously, we're already split. That's bad because it doesn't serve your purpose. That's exactly what it is. And so other things that we can do up here is oversight. When state laws and federal laws come in, we can argue. We can take the people to court. We can take governments to court. We can, as a government, because we don't agree with those policies. So it doesn't end here. So we can make the decision up here to stop this. We just don't want to.
Just one last point on this.
And then real
I
quick,
thought we were gonna-
we need a motion still. It's 10:30,
Let's
we need a
extend.
motion.
Second.
Okay.
Second to extend the meeting, 1 hour. It's 1 hour.
1 hour? Sure.
If it ends sooner, we'll leave sooner. It's that simple.
Yeah. Just one last thing, let's stick to our own rules. We said that we're gonna make at the most a 2-minute comment, and I think we're overextending that limit. So that's why we have to extend.
Okay, we should vote.
I asked for a special meeting twice, February 7th, 6th, 5th, and 8th. Special meeting to address this, particularly a town meeting for one topic, and never happened.
Madam Mayor, I'm ready to vote.
Never happened. So we're having this conversation because of that reason.
Okay.
Mayor Guerrero Romo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gilberto Manzanares.
Yes.
Councilmember Javier Moreno.
No.
Councilmember Raúl Ureña.
Yes.
Councilmember Camilo Garcia.
No.
Motion passes.
The citizens of Calexico?
Okay.
No.
That's
Because we pay your.
27?
Yes, we pay taxes here.
Okay.
And then we pay street here.
Okay, 27. Authorize city manager to request an entitled report and appraisal in the approximate amount, 10,000, to city-owned properties located in southwest corner and 3rd Street and Heber Avenue.
Yes.
Ms. Collier?
Madam Mayor, we presented to you an opportunity to be able to sell a property. We received a request to potentially buy the property, but we told that potential request that as a city, we cannot make promises to sell an individual property to an individual agency, that it has to be a procurement process and it has to be fair and open to everybody if the city council decides to sell as a parking lot.
Okay.
A parking lot is divided in 3 sections, is the one that is located across the street from EDD, the one stop. As a city manager, I do not have the authority to make any commitments, nor I have the authority to just sell it to one individual or lease it to one individual agency. And that's what we are here. I'm here today to request your permission if you want to even contemplate the opportunity to put this item for a title report and appraisal, and then make it available, put an announcement for 30 days, 45 days, whatever you decide, to see if we receive proposals. And then once that we receive any proposals, then you will make a decision on whether to sell the property, lease the property, and to whom, depending on what we receive. And that's the reason why we have it over here. We cannot discuss this item in closed session, so I had to put it in the agenda.
Sounds pretty clear. Motion to approve?
I have some public comments.
No, there's no presentation for that item.
Okay.
So just
Motion
to,
by,
excuse me, can I just,
Yes.
so again, it's just to seek for an appraisal of this property?
It's a
And-
title report.
A
We need
title
to make
report,
sure
excuse me.
that it's clear and that we actually own the property. It looks like we own the property, but title reports are always needed before you advertise on the
Okay.
property.
And then after that, don't we have to get an appraisal also if we decide to, because to have an idea as to how much it's worth, right? So with the
Yes.
title report, it's just to make sure that it's clear of any type of liens
Yes.
and we own the property. So
Yes.
what's the next
And then you
step?
get the appraisal.
Okay.
And then you get the appraisal, and then we advertise.
Okay, so because based on the item, that's what I was reading also, the appraisal. So it's not just the title report, right? Just to make sure that we're clear.
Oh,
in
the item is,
Both.
Title
It's
report and,
both.
yeah, so it's both.
Title report and
Yes.
So,
appraisal.
so yeah, I just want to make sure that,
yes.
it's
But
clear and that, people that are here are aware of that, what's going on. There's no commitment, and
Right.
then also this is kind of like an unsolicited, item. But that doesn't mean that we have to act.
Exactly. That's at your discretion. You just give me direction, or if you would like to contemplate the opportunity to sell this property. If not, it's okay. I just do my due diligence by going through the
Right,
process.
for me, it's, here we go again, economic development. JCPenney, they rely on that parking lot. They sell it, JCPenney can't move in, nobody can move in there. There's no parking, so we no economic development. So therefore, we're back to square one, screwing everything up again. This is why we can't grow, because we got this selling property which is already allocated for JCPenney. It's a problem with there.
I can assure you
one last
that
thing.
whatever gets
Okay.
built on that parking lot today is gonna generate more revenue to the city of Calexico than a parking lot. Director Barba, if you can attest to your own expertise in actual planning and zoning, how much money is actually being generated more in other cities by adopting policies that move away from parking structures and parking lots and empty land? Like, we have huge excess of parking lots in Calexico that are wasting land. And land, as we know, is money. If you could just give us some insights into what some other cities are, some more progressive cities are doing, moving away from this type of like old infrastructure, parking lots in downtown, and moving towards more dense areas. Again, stating of what could be built on that parking lot instead of just more cars there.
Yeah, so as far as planning wise and zoning is concerned, we have seen a shift, especially supported by the state, as well to more walkable and pedestrian accessible downtown zones and commercial districts as well as residential zones. And as far as this specific property, the downtown zone has seen a severe lack of development in the past half decade. So as Councilmember Garcia pointed out, this is only for an appraisal and a title report. If and when a request for a purchase or a lease is received by the city, they will provide a potential plan or project or development. So it could be up to the city council to decide whether or not that development will improve or has the potential to improve or revitalize development within the downtown zone. But overall, yes, as far as planning goes, and to answer your question, yeah, there is a transition from parking and vehicle-oriented planning and city development to more pedestrian-friendly.
Thank you so much for your expertise. I know that it's sometimes scary to think, oh my God, we're getting rid of a parking lot, but if we look at the trend nationwide, the infrastructure and zoning and planning of previous cities has been one that wastes land. And hopefully, because I know this is just appraisal and the very beginning steps of possibly selling the land, I think it's a good opportunity for the city to possibly have, whether it's mixed-use developments in downtown, something else that actually provides us with more revenue than just people parking their cars there.
Okay.
One last
We
thing.
have comments?
One last thing. The $10,000, where is this money coming from to do this appraisal? I know there's an expenditure, like an account. So what?
It's general fund.
So general fund. Okay.
I made a
We
motion
have-
to approve,
I'm sorry, we have public comments?
but there's no second.
There's
I'll
public
second
comment.
that.
What is second?
No, there's a
You?
second.
Yeah, second to approve.
Okay.
Heidi Gutierrez?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Calexico City Council, and then also Friends of Calexico. I'm Heidi Gutierrez, so I represent the Imperial Valley Food Bank. And I am here today because the Imperial Valley Food Bank has been searching properties within downtown Calexico. Now that this opportunity arose, the property located at southwest corner of 3rd Street and Heber Avenue, that is presented on number 27, we are interested. And it would be for a project that would benefit the community. Thank you.
But just to clarify, there is no,
There's
we
no
can't
commitment.
legally give
There's
a
no
project.
commitment, and that's what
Right, it'll go to the bidding.
I made it clear to that person that we cannot make commitments, and that every property in the city has to go through a process, and it has to be advertised. Once we have the title report and the appraisal, it has to be notified for the public to make proposals, and potential businesses can come. Who knows who's gonna come and make a proposal, and then the proposals, you will review the proposals, and you will make a decision at that time. It's not I don't have that authority to make any commitments to anyone, and that's what I'm presenting this item to you for your consideration and your direction.
Yes.
So my question is, how did this come about? Who thought
Because
about
we
this idea?
receive a request.
You receive a request from who?
Yes, from Food Bank, but we cannot commit.
No, I understand we can't do it, but so, okay.
Yes.
But if Food Bank wouldn't have done, said anything, then what would happen with that?
It's not different than what has happened before. When you receive WETA request, you have to go through a process, and that went through the surplus land. Every
Yes.
property that somebody comes and requests that is property from the city, it has to go through a surplus land.
Okay.
This
Right.
particular property is exempt from surplus.
So if the Chamber of Commerce in Calexico wants to buy that property, we're gonna sell it to them too?
Okay,
On the corner,
yes,
right?
Moreno,
Chamber of Commerce.
please. Okay.
Why not?
¿Cuál es la segunda persona?
Next speaker
Wow,
is Jesus
okay.
Solano.
Okay.
Jesus Solano, 426 Rosewood, Calexico. And I do have a concern. Why is the city in a rush, trying to sell this property? Okay? I've heard about that parking lot doesn't make that much money compared to a building or stuff like that. This council and this administration should concentrate yourselves, okay, and work with the bid commission to concentrate yourselves in economic development. I haven't heard this council lately, in the past meetings, once in a while they'll throw out the economic development word, but just it dies, That's where your focus should be, in economic development. What is this council doing? I challenge each member for the next meeting to bring something, some suggestions, like you guys are requesting suggestions from the board and hear from the public. I challenge everyone, bring some suggestions pertaining to economic development, okay? You guys need to reboost down Calexico. You guys are not taking into consideration the merchants downtown, okay? So if you reboost the economic development downtown and you help these merchants one way or another, they're gonna need parking, okay? They're gonna be needing parking. Now, you're talking about parking, just one level? No, okay. Get some investors in here. 6, 7, 8 level parking. That'll generate some money. That's where your concentration should be. Concentrate on economic development and work with the bid commission. And don't get into a rush trying to sell the property. I understand that it's just to get some information, okay? And then the other thing, $10,000, I think it's a little bit expensive just to find out how much the property costs.
And the title report, two things, title report and appraisal.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Maritza Hurtado.
Maritza Hurtado, I am the team leader again for the Calexico Recall. Go Recall. I'm also a over 35-year business owner in downtown Calexico. Very proud to have an immigration service where we have helped the community a lot. And I want to remind everyone that's listening to this, the audience and the council, that the downtown area is 2 streets only. Okay, we are landlocked. If you haven't noticed, we have nowhere to grow. So each time that this council comes up with your social programs about immigration, for your asylum seekers and stuff, where do you think those people are going to go? We don't fit already. What you're basically telling us with the vote that you just had is that downtown is going to be restructured, is going to be recharacterized. Why are you doing that? That is not business development. That is not increasing our economic hope, because you are putting undesirable individuals into our community. Now you're deciding to sell the second property. What's difficult and very corrupt, I will say, is when the other councilmen don't even know the shenanigans that are going on here. That is where the transparency is lacking on this council. Now I understand the food bank has a need. I understand that. But again, this is a downtown. So downtown needs shoppers. So you guys tell me, you guys in November 22nd totally disrespected the business owners by telling them that you didn't care about their feelings, you only cared about the hot dogs. You remember that? We gave you a really hard time about that. And that's really disrespectful, because we try hard in downtown to survive. It's not easy being in the circumstances that we are. And if you feel, Ms. Cota, that it's a problem, come work with me, okay? It's about not recognizing the value that your business owners have by having tolerated the whole situation that's in downtown right now that you guys don't want to clean up. So all of these secret sales of property are very uncomfortable, because the social programs that you're planning on with Ivy Equity and Justice, with Senator Padilla, and with Alexis Castro, your team leader that you guys had as Ivy Equity here, you guys don't have enough of shifting what it is that's really happening in the growth of this downtown. This downtown deserves a lot better than that. It needs to be recognized as a shopping district. It is nothing else than that. So each time that you want to put your social programs in there, you tell me you want a solution from everyone else. First of all, immigration's not your problem. Immigration's not your jurisdiction. You're forcing it to be your jurisdiction. That's why you needed to funnel it to someone else. In that case, you should let those other agencies apply for their own money. Let them fend for themselves. It's not your money to be dealing with. That's why you had to do it this way. But we don't appreciate that, because that is not in line with the citizens of the city, nor with the business owners. The business owners want shoppers. We want ample parking. You took it away from us when you closed the street and you were tercos not to open it for a whole year. You damaged us. You damaged a lot of businesses and you didn't care. So this sale of this property is another shady deal of yours, and you need to quit it because you only have 55 days. 55.
Thank you, Ms. Hurtado. Motion,
I seconded it.
and second.
Who made the motion?
I made the motion.
Okay, yeah, second.
And second.
I just want to be very clear, brief comment. The question was asked, what is the rush? This is not the only property that we're selling. There's other properties that have been put to sale, and the reason we want to sell them is so that we can hire police, fire. The rush is that we need money. The rush is that citizens continue to come here asking for public safety, and we have
you had 8 years.
to deliver. And we have to deliver. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Listo?
that's it.
Mayor Gloria Roma,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gilberto Manzanares,
Yes.
Councilmember Javier Moreno,
No.
Councilmember Raúl Ureña,
Yes.
Councilmember Camilo Garcia.
Just with the comment before my vote, I want to make sure that nothing is done until it comes back to council, until there is a plan, and a plan that aligns with downtown, reviving downtown. So I don't want anything that doesn't come to council. for that. So
No,
that would be yes.
like I said, I don't make those decisions, you make the
Correct.
decisions. And
Yes.
any proposal that comes back,
Okay.
you will make that decision.
Okay.
At this point,
Yes.
we finished the agenda and I opened the agenda matter. Calexico redevelopment successor agency. 28, adopt resolution 2024 approving the recognized obligation payment schedule 24, 25, A and B of the successor agency.
Motion to approve?
Second.
And second,
Mayor Gloria Romo.
¿quién es second?
Second, Manzanares.
Ah, okay. Roll call?
Mayor Gloria Romo.
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Gilberto Manzanares.
Yes.
Councilmember Javier Moreno.
Yes.
Councilmember Raul Reyes.
Yes.
Councilmember Camilo Garcia.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay.
There's still the presentations. It is going to be 11 p.m. though, so if
Motion
it's
to
possible to make a motion to table those presentations.
I would make that motion, please.
Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 My apologies to the staff that was waiting to do this presentation, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
We need to put that one in the next meeting. I know. So they already have a draft, we need to sit together to discuss the draft? For the other, no, they made some changes to the ordinance. They were developing, Nicholas was developing the ordinance, we had to change the ordinance.